Yeah. Yeah. Yeah! It's Friday night. Welcome to Midnight Metal, episode number 12. Yeah. That's my Wolfman Jack. You people are like, who's Wolfman Jack? I know. People don't remember who he is, but he was a DJ. He was immortalized in American Graffiti back in 1973 by George Lucas himself. That's right, the guy that made Star Wars. He made a movie about his youth. Driving in cars in Modesto. Great movie if you haven't seen it. How can you be Star Wars fans? How can you be imagination connoisseurs and not know who Wolfman Jack is? I bet you all did. I bet you're all like, yeah, I know who Wolfman Jack is. Yeah, you should know who Wolfman Jack is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentle beings, kind souls across the 28 known galaxies, it's time for Midnight Metal 12. This was a show that was begun as a drunken joke that has just continued on into the midnight hours week after week after week. And you know what's really metal? I have nothing planned for this episode. Nothing. I mean, come on. This could stick in your head and you wouldn't even know it. Oh, my God. Well, you'd be dead. Because the silver sphere is metal, even though this is plastic. It could be metal, goddammit. It could be, yeah. I hope you're feeling metal tonight. The joke is, of course, I'm not exactly the most metal guy in the world. I think metal. My soul is metal. Is your soul metal? I hope it is, because by God, why are you up at 12 watching this YouTube channel? I don't know why. Thing is, it's only 12 if you're on the Pacific Coast. Pacific Daylight Time, yeah. Noah AG Official sends in a super chat. Showing some love. What's good, says Noah. You know what's good? You are, for supporting the channel that way. I mean, I'm telling you, it is Midnight Metal. I got my Jameson, a little bit of Jameson. Keep me limited so I can't get as metal as I might want to be. I've got it mixed with my Pellegrino. You know, I don't know if you've noticed, I've dropped like 15 pounds in the last like 2 weeks just eating the keto. Keto? You know, and no more beer. I'm telling you, I'm getting svelte. Yeah, it's pretty good. So let me ask you, you ask, what is good, Noah? The question is not what is good. The question is, what do you like? You have to, the things that you like, that's what, you got to find what you like and cling to those things. Grab those things, make them yours. Don't let anyone tell you they're not good, even if you like something that other people don't like. If you like them, well, then that's metal. It is metal. Metal's a state of mind. Metal Church. That's right. Cinestellar says, love your videos, Rob. Thank you. I appreciate that, Cinestellar. Thank you very much. Timbula the Spider Monkey became a member of the channel. I don't know if you became a member of the channel just now, Tim, or you'd always been one and it's showing up. I'll tell you, you people are great. You know what's going to happen later? Get your cameras and microphones ready, because you know what's making this show a lot of fun? Having you on it. That's right, god damn it. Having you on this show. Last week we had a pretty great show with like some viewers. We had yeah, we did. She was great, by the way. I really liked her. I wish I'd met her in high school. We'd still be friends, partying up a storm in NYC. Yeah, well, that maybe not, because I grew up in Seattle, but that's, could have been. I could have been her friend growing up. Could have been all friends. We would have all been friends. I was friends with everybody in high school. Ferris Bueller hadn't come out yet, but people started calling me Ferris Bueller after that. I was out of high school. Ferris Bueller came out in 86. By the way, you know what's really fucking metal? I finally Got Star Blazers 2099, The Odyssey of the Celestial Arc. That's it. I was missing this because this is a movie that happened in the first season of Space Battleship or Star Blazers 2199, and I couldn't get this. I couldn't get the goddamn Japanese Blu-ray. I've been trying. I finally found it in Europe. So how metal is that? That is right. I have the European Odyssey of the Celestial Arc that happens in the sort of final quarter of Space Battleship Yamato 2199. Very happy to get this. I'm going to have to go back and watch it all again. Yeah. So anyone see the new Guy Ritchie movie? I hear it's fucking great. Everyone's talking about how great it is, like it's Michael Mann level good. I really like The Gentleman. It's really funny. Guy Ritchie had a movie out, 2 movies in a year, basically, which is good. Cardinal Sin, Gil is here. Wait a minute, I have something from Gil. It's, where was it? It was right here. He sent me something. Actually, he sent me 2 things. He sent me a card. I got a card from Gil today in the mail. Thank you, Gil. Thank you for that card. I got that card in the mail. Gil says he's feeling so frickin' metal. Yeah, as you should. Metal's a state of mind. Metal is freeing. You know, don't be like Tetsuo the Iron Man and be that metal. That's too metal. When your dick turns into a big giant drill, you're too metal. You know you've gone too far when you become Tetsuo the Iron Man. You don't want to go that far. People are like, who, Tetsuo the Iron Man? Tsukamoto, man. Tetsuo the Iron Man. You know what's metal? That box set that Arrow put out. And people are like, what? Anthony Laculiano sends in a super chat and says, it's 3:07 here in Western Australia. PM, listening to some music as well as watching Midnight Metal. If you're in Western Australia, does that mean you're around Perth? I never did get to Perth. I wanted to go to Perth. And now I guess you can't go to Ayers Rock anymore. You know, beds are burning. I'm a huge fan of Midnight Oil. The Dead Heart. Do. See, I just got demonetized. Zan187 sends in a super chat. That's cool. Like that's like Turk 187. You ever see that movie, Turk 187? But you're Zan 187. So that's pretty cool. Cardinal Sin is feeling so freaking metal. Yeah! R&B. Thank you. Appreciate that. Now, you know what? We had a topic to discuss. I got letters, people. People are sending me Midnight Metal missives. You're going to write me a letter, and now don't just say Midnight Metal. Write in the subject header, Midnight Metal Missive. That's what I want to hear. I got letters. I got people sending me letters to Midnight Metal, and they're talking about having sex with aliens, which, let's face it, Dean Mikitich came up with that one about a year ago for the channel, about Pearl, my alien, I have a life-size alien xenomorph head right there. It'd be too hard for me to maneuver it around, but I do. People have seen it. I asked the audience out there, imagination connoisseurs, to name her, and they named her Pearl. I think Dean Mikitich might have named her Pearl, but that is her name. Her name is Pearl. Her name is Robert Paulson. No, it's Pearl. It's Pearl. Her name is Pearl. So, I got some Midnight Metal. I got, let's see who's here. Carl J. Snyder writes in. Here you go, Rob. Your black metal look is coming along. Appreciate all you do. Stay fucking metal. Carl Snyder, a.k.a. El Necron. And what did Carl Snyder send me? Oh, look at this. This is pretty funny. He took Xevious' artwork of me and he made a slight alteration. Why don't we all check it out? What Necron did to me. I'll show you. This is if I couldn't have been more metal than I was, my God, he made me that much more metal. I gotta give it up. I mean, you guys are gonna love this. Are you ready? Are you ready? This is from Necron. Look at this. Yeah. Come on, man. How cool is that? I want to thank you, Carl, for that. I love the artwork. Nothing makes me happier than the artwork from you. You members of the Post-Geek Singularity community. You people are beautiful, and you're all fucking metal. Yeah. Let's see what else I got. I know I've got, this is a good one. This comes from Jack Fitzgerald. Jack Fitzgerald writes in, and Jack Fitzgerald, who's fucking metal because he wrote me this letter. Jack Fitzgerald says, Hark, Rob and fellow metalheads, tell me, What is more metal than a fucking spaceman going into a fucking black hole, being fucking shredded into oblivion, then somehow remaining conscious to find himself amidst ancient Greek gods waging an eternal fucking war for reality its fucking self, and in the end being declared a god himself? Everyone throw on Russia's Cygnus X1, Book 1, The Voyage of the Cygnus X1, Book 2, Hemispheres, and turn this fucking 30-minute interdimensional mindfuck up to 11. So fucking meta and so fucking metal. Fuck yeah! That's exactly what he wrote. That's exactly what Jack Fitzgerald wrote. Jack Fitzgerald, you, my friend, you are fucking metal. And thank you for writing that letter, because I have to tell you this is what I love. This is what I love. Let's see what else. Daniel Garrido writes in, and I'm going to read it just like he wrote it. What's up, Rob? I hope you're having a metal night and having fun with the audience. I always have fun with the audience. 2020 was a bit of a mess, but one of the good things of having such free time and staying home was that I got the chance to listen to a lot of music and watching reaction videos, and one of them was a video reacting to Nightwish. I can't even pronounce that. A Finnish metal band that I've listened to once or twice before, but never felt it, to be honest. But this time, I was shocked and amazed with the song Poet the Pendulum and her lead singer, Flor Jansen. I'm sure it's pronounced in some Finnish way. That got me curious to see what else I missed of this group. And oh my God, why didn't I care for this group before? I mean, they might be in my top 3 bands now, and the greatest show on earth is probably my favorite song ever. A 24-minute ode to the evolution of a species and a celebration of life that might be the Snyder cut of metal. Oh my God, we have to look at this. Greatest show on earth by Flor Jansen. Wow. A 24-minute ode to the evolution of species and a celebration of life that might be the Snyder cut of metal. Not only that, it introduced me to other bands like, I can't even pronounce these things, Ginger, Sonata Arctica, and Sabaton. What a great name for a band. Sabaton, a band. To name a few that I now listen to every morning in the car while going to work. If you're listening to that kind of metal going to work, you, sir, park our shuttlecrafts. We park our shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay. In the last year, so that brought me to the rabbit hole that other people experienced too in the last year in their own ways, like binging a ton of new Meyer books. In my case, it was lyrics and Nordic metal. Keep the good vibes and keep spreading metal to the world. Well, you know what, Daniel? I will. And you know what? If I ever wanted to go down to into the dark rabbit hole of Finnish metal, I want to take you with me. You'll be my guide. I mean, what else do you do when you're in Finland? I mean, aside from that, you'd have to get metal all the time, wouldn't you? Shivering Melody writes in. Shivering Melody. It's been a minute since I wrote in. First off, unboxing your Hot Toys Justice League Superman on the vodka stream was metal. Love seeing you on other channels, talking toys, movies, music, and more. Hearing you talk about music and bands on the vodka stream had me wondering about bands and musicians appearing in films. You mentioned David Bowie in The Hunger, or David Bowie in Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, or David Bowie in, of course, The Man Who Fell to Earth, which I finally saw along with Lady Gaga in A Star Is Born. Seeing musicians I wouldn't have thought of being actors or crossing over into a new medium nowadays seems like the norm. I'm curious, do you have a favorite crossover from music to movie? Yes, I do. I'll give you one guess who it is. Maybe perhaps not metal. But you know what? You don't have to be rich to be his girl. Anyway, you know what? Under the Cherry Moon's fucking metal. You know also I love? Crossover actor Mick Jagger. First of all, Mick Jagger in performance. Mick Jagger in performance. Check that shit out. Let's see. I'm curious. Do you have a favorite crossover from music to movies, whether it's a cameo, supporting, or lead role? To sound very non-metal, I still get excited seeing Deftones and The Crow City of Angels. You know what, though? I can't get... I saw that movie. I hated it. I saw it once, and I was so excited to see it because I love The Crow. I hated it. I hated it. I know I should have loved it. I'm probably the only one, though. But it's one of my favorite bands and a sequel to one of my favorite films. God damn, The Crow is the best. While I have a hot toy of Eric Draven. While City of Angels feels too much like a rehash of the first, I actually like it. I've heard director Tim Pope intended to make a different film, but Miramax re-edited it to be more like the first, which they shouldn't, because Tim Pope shot a lot of Cure videos and album covers and shit. Just let him make his movie. And it was Miramax, Harvey Scissorhands, and look where Harvey is now. Huh? Studios editing films that contrast with the directors feels like a timeless saga. It is a timeless saga. But Shivering Melody, I want to thank you, first of all, for the kind words. Second of all, what an interesting question to ask what my favorite crossover musicians are. You know, I guess it would be like, you know who's a really good one? In Two-Lane Blacktop. Have you ever seen Two-Lane Blacktop? I have it. I actually have different versions of it on both. I've got DVDs of Two-Lane Blacktop, and I have Blu-ray of it. James Taylor, who saw Fire and Saw Rain, right? Didn't he sing that song? He's in Two-Lane Blacktop. That's a pretty cool crossover. If you haven't seen just look up the trailer for Two-Lane Blacktop. What a great fucking movie that is. But that's a great letter. I want to thank you for writing that in, Shivering Melody. What a good question. What are your favorite rock and roll musicians that have crossed over into movies? Of course, the cameo that Huey Lewis makes in Back to the Future, that was pretty good. And, you know, I love movies about fictitious bands. If you haven't seen a movie called Ladies and Gentlemen, The Fabulous Stains, that's a good one. Good one to check out. So that's always a good thing. So, yeah. Those are always good. Got another. This is a good one. And this letter comes from our girl. I don't think I read this yet. Our girl. As if she's our girl. I can't call her our girl. That'd be like, she doesn't belong to us. Wait, I think I already read this. I think I read this. Yeah, I did read this. I read this already. Which is this is actually a very erudite letter. Maybe I'll read it again. You know what? I'm going to read it again anyway because she was on last week. Maybe she should come on today. Hello, Robert. Last night, you asked your viewers what type of alien would they want to have sex with, which I found intriguing to no end, and I'm still thinking about this. I'm a woman. I will hear you roar. I am a woman, and I noticed that at least one woman answered your question, but I didn't because I was listening while I was in bed, as I normally do, because it's the middle of the night here in NY when you broadcast. Overall, the concept of sexual desire in sci-fi clearly fits well, and I love the thought of having a close encounter with an alien species. You know, when I read this, I mentioned, I'm going to say it again, BB Newworth, in the 4th season Next Generation episode, First Contact, she just flat out tells Riker, I want to have sex with an alien. Riker obliges. This is all about sexual pleasure, and I strongly support the notion of interspecies sexual pleasure. My kind of girl. So I figured I'd share my views on this topic. A day or two ago, I was listening to a live stream and managed to join the stream where we were talking about the movie Heavy Metal. Wait a minute, I did read this. You guys have heard it. It's good. It's a good letter. But I'm going to ask, because what you really want is the question she asks. So I have a question for you, Robert. I've heard there's going to be a remake or reboot of Heavy Metal. You know I can't talk about that. I don't know who will work on this project, but I want to fantasize a bit and ask what you would do with the remake. I already did that. I can't. It's a good letter. I already answered this, though. I will say this. You write, for an alien species that are not humanoid, I would give it a shot, but I would need a human male with me because I don't want to experience an encounter like that, stepping into the sexual unknown with a non-humanoid species. While the idea of Cthulhu is intriguing, I'm more fascinated and attracted to beings that are in other planes of existence, like in 2001: A Space Odyssey. I mean, there was that giant bed at the end of 2001. I mean, it's like Dave Bowman's in there dying by himself. What a waste. I mean, you would think one of those monolith aliens would have come down and said, bro, let me ease you on your way a little bit. Little 2001 handy, a little right through the Stargate handy, something like that at least. Maybe a reach around, I don't know, which is a handy. So anyway, either way, aliens are metal. Tom Jr. Jackson's here. Rob, have you seen The Bad Batch yet? It's metal. I have not seen it. I've heard it's pretty good. I actually saw the first episode. I have not seen anything more than that. Louis Terrazas says, God bless you, Rob. You're a goddamn metal god. And Cardinal Sin says, R&B, I'm glad you got your card. So frickin' metal. Dude, that was a nice card. Thank you. All those things in it. I was a little unclear what they all are, though. Like, pretty interesting, though. Looked good. Things are happening there. Things are fun. Things are going on. But anyway, I figured, it's fun? It's fun bringing people on this show. You know it is. Would you like me to do that? If you've got a good microphone and a good internet connection and a good camera and all that, you know what's fun? What's fun and what's really cool is to get people to come on this show. Dave Parker's going to be back tomorrow on the show, but he's not here with me tonight. So maybe I can bring you on. Mr. Jack Wallace is here. Jack Wallace, who is a great he's a I never get it right, but he works. He's a leathersmith, and his son Aiden has turned into quite the action figure photographer. And Aiden's birthday is coming up, and I've owed him a birthday present for a year now. And this year he's going to get it. Jack says, I just got home from driving to Seattle and back, turned on the TV, and here you are. Good to come home to. And yes, I ate a bag of dicks. Okay, for those of you who don't know, whenever you go to Seattle, you've got to eat a bag of dicks. I know, some of you are going, what? Well, there's a couple of choices. You could go to the top of course, Capitol Hill. That's my hometown, Dick's. I've been getting bags of Dick's there since I was a kid because my grandmother lived there, and we would go to Dick's before seeing her. But late night, you got to go to the Northeast, the U District Dick's on 45th. Those are my two Dick's of choice. And I would always get 3 cheeseburgers, 2 fries, and a chocolate shake. That's how I ate a bag of Dick's. So, Jack, I'm glad. What did you get, sir? What did you get? Because I don't know. So check it out. We'll see who shows up. Boom. There you go. There it is in the live chat. Raul Julia says, how about ScarJo in that one Alien movie? That would be based on Michael Faber's book Under the Skin, which I own on Blu-ray. I like that movie. Very strange. I love it. Very cinematic. Raul Julia also says he would decontaminate T'Pol. Who wouldn't, sir? That is not a stretch. Everybody should. Silver Pill Gary says, I wish I lived in the U.S. locked up here in Canada where everything is closed. Miss Vegas. And Tom, why don't you come on this show? What the hell, man? Come on, dude. Fuck yeah, you've been on the show before. Cardinal Sin is here. Gil is here. Gil, are you fucking metal tonight or what? You're not. You're so... Gil, are you metal? Are you fucking metal? I'm going to add Gil to this stream. What do you think about that? You better have something interesting to say. That's all I can tell you. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. So hold up there, Gilly boy. Let's put you in the stream, man. Let's blow you up so people can see your face. And you're wearing my favorite Black Phillip shirt. You're always wearing that Black Phillip shirt when you come on the show. I like that. You're right. And you have it. Fuck yeah, dude. Okay, Gil. And by the way, thank you for the disc you sent me. And thank you for... We got to talk UFOs, I think, though. I want to talk some UFO. I think we're going to talk some UFO with Gil. Would you guys welcome Cardinal Sin to Midnight Metal? Hello, Cardinal Sin. How are you?
I'm doing good, sir.
Are you feeling metal tonight?
I am so fucking metal.
Okay, man. You said you wanted to talk UFOs with me the other day.
What I said the other day was that I think that you did not do your homework and that you made a pronunciation from on high about UFOs without doing your homework.
Dude, I've been reading books about UFOs since I was a little kid. As a matter of fact, when I was a kid, I've told this story before, one of my dad's best friends was a man named Captain John Harder. And Captain John Harder basically flew every plane. He flew in World War II, flew every plane known to man. He was a commercial jet pilot. When I met him, he was the one that gave me a Revell model of a B-50. It was monogrammed.
X-15?
No, B-52 Stratoforce, which is a 148 scale. But one day I read every book on the paranormal, UFOs, all that in my local library.
I did too.
There was a story in one of the UFO books about Captain John Harder that talked about how he reported seeing a UFO. And when he came over and visited, I cornered him. I had the book, and I said, "Did you really see a UFO, Captain John?" And he said, "I saw something I can't explain."
Right.
And I don't know exactly what it was I saw. I can't explain it. I can't explain the way it moved. But unfortunately, look, I want to believe, and obviously in June we're going to get, or we might not get it publicly, but they are releasing a report. Now, they're not called UFOs anymore. They're called what is it?
UAP.
UAP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
UAP.
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Right.
So the UAPs, they're going to release this report. By the way, this is all true, people. We don't know if we're going to get it publicly, but they are going to release it. Freedom of Information
congressionally.
Act. Yeah. And clearly there's stuff going on. There's a lot of evidence that has come out. And I was watching a guy just the other day, I think I talked about it on the show, who said that there are two possibilities here, and both are bad as far as we're concerned, because one is, if in fact these UAPs are terrestrial, it means it's the greatest intelligence failure since 9/11, because we have other foreign powers.
Since way before that.
Since we have other foreign powers who have used technology and they're way in advance of us.
And I think we can check that one off the list.
Well, not necessarily, because then if you look at Joe Rogan and what's his face, Bob Lazar, talking about working.
If you want to go to the breakaway civilization thing about maybe we share the Earth with another civilization.
No.
Maybe. But as far as another world power like Russia, China, no, you can check that off. That's
there are always possibilities.
That's true.
So what do you believe? Tell me your stuff. What are your thoughts, Gil?
Well, it's not what I believe. I don't have to, believe or disbelieve. I have the benefit of knowing. But that's not good enough for people that don't have that benefit.
Well, what do you know?
I know what I've seen.
Okay, what have you seen?
I've seen some stuff that nothing from this planet can do.
Okay, but where have you seen these? Where have you seen this?
So I'll try to make a long story short for you, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
Sometime in the last 18 months, I don't know if it was 2020 or 2019, I was coming back from the grocery store, had a bag of groceries in each arm.
And you're in Kansas.
And I'm in Kansas.
Where there's lots of nuclear missile silos.
Well, there's some, yeah. This is where the University of Kansas is, so there's not a whole lot around here.
Well, there is reason for any kind of, if there was some kind of activity. It's not like there might be a reason why it's attracted to your area.
Well, I mean, there was a very famous UFO physical trace case in Delphos, Kansas, but that's not anywhere near here.
But I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, go ahead. So you're going to the grocery store.
It's okay. So, yeah, I'm coming back. I've got a bag of groceries in each hand, and I see something that's absolutely absurd. It's like I catch it out of my peripheral vision, and it's already dark by now, and I see what looks like the FAA light of a plane, but it's not a plane. And then I look at it and I see these two craft that are bigger than planes, but they have this very organic.
Okay, but it's nighttime.
Sort of. Right? Yeah, and they have this very organic.
How do you know they're bigger than planes? Because what are you using to judge the distance from where you are?
Because I live under the flight path of, Fort Riley and stuff like that. And Kansas City International's not very far the other way.
All right.
So I see a lot of planes. I know from planes, man. Wow. Come
No,
on.
no. Wow.
This is crazy, man. What are you talking about?
No, I'll buy that. Okay.
So anyway, they're moving in this very organic way, sort of like lovebirds. They're coming together and then moving apart and then coming together like within a degree or two and then apart. And they're moving in a direction from the south to the west, which takes them over my roof, which means if I put down both grocery bags and grabbed my phone and ran, I'd still not catch anything. So I just sat there and absorbed it, and watched it. And that's just my most recent one.
Okay, but now let me ask you this: what do you think it is? What do you think those were?
Here's the thing. As a fellow scholar of the paranormal, I have I'll give a shill here for my channel. I have a channel. It's the Cardinal Sin channel, and on the channel we have a show on Thursdays that's called Into the Fringe, where I interview, UFO researchers and authors and things like that. And one of the things that seems very odd is that, like with the recent or not so recent Tic Tac things with the Air Force and the Navy.
We've seen those videos. They released those videos.
Those were procured through infrared
also
frequency.
Yes, but one of the things that we found out is that there's also satellite information that has not been released.
Right, but my point is, a lot of the time, especially increasingly recently, they can't be seen with the naked eye.
Right.
And other times, especially in the not so recent past, it's like they put on displays for people that are not in rural areas or there's hardly anybody around.
Okay, let's break this down. Why do you think they'd do that? Like, let me ask you, I'll pointedly ask you, what do you think's going on here?
That does not make any sense to me. That's why I said at the very beginning, it's absurd. My sighting was absurd. The fact that people have seen disc-shaped objects come down, humanoids get out of them, come down ladders, take soil samples, go back up. One such event happened in the middle of a forest fire. The creatures didn't seem to be bothered or even annoyed by it at all. Went back up and went back up.
Now let me just throw something out at you.
Okay.
So one of the things about all of this is that the idea that an alien life form of any kind would be humanoid, that would be bipedal or is odd. And the idea also that they travel in ships that we could even, I've never heard of anything that doesn't seem, my problem with all of this is in some way it's a reflection of us.
It's anthropomorphic.
Yes, it reflects back to us. There's been no, whether the aliens are anal probing us or whatever, it is always something
Whitley
to
Strieber
do.
was the only person that reported being anally probed.
Well,
out of all the abductees.
But he also admitted that wasn't true.
He did?
I read Communion and all the sequels. Yeah, that's that.
When did he admit it wasn't true?
He became
the joke of the world, the butt of the joke, if you will, for saying that he was anally raped.
Well, look,
sounds to me like
to me that's a good Friday night. But I'm just like thinking that I'm the pro-B. My whole problem with all of this, going all the way back to Ezekiel, if you want, if you want to get biblical about it, and the wheel in the sky.
I don't really, but
no, but
okay.
but you see, my whole thing is of all of these UFO researchers, everybody's like, why hasn't anyone, like, if you find yourself, why didn't anyone take like a salt shaker? Why isn't there a fragment of and by the way, when you listen to what intrigues me is people like when I hear people like Bob Lazar talking, where when he talks, he doesn't actually give you a definitive answer. He's like, I was working on this thing. He sounds like a scientist, and yes,
he is a scientist.
I've watched all the Joe Rogan stuff, and I've read all about, and I would tend to believe that if there is sentient life that has visited Earth, the reason they visited Earth is because they were able to detect things about our planet, not just radio waves or anything like that, but pollution content.
So let's go to the very heart of the best cases, shall we? Let's talk about Malmstrom Air Force Base and other early warning, nuclear missile sites that had silos, that had weapons storage areas, that had nuclear weapons in them, where UFOs not only were sighted by airmen, but hung around for several hours and shot laser beams down into the ground where the nuclear weapon storage area was, and turned off miles of missiles in silos and set them to no-go condition, so we couldn't fire them if we wanted to. And in the Soviet Union, we found out when the Iron Curtain fell that the very opposite thing happened, that they set them into go mode and they couldn't turn them off.
Okay. Let's just break that down a bit. So you're saying that somehow alien technology would know how
interested in our nuclear sites,
but right, okay, they're interested, but they can somehow interface through laser.
They can interfere. Light. They have, yes.
Well, but here's the thing: where is the proof of that? If these things were hanging around for hours,
it's in the testimony under. I'm missing the word now.
Here's the thing.
But at the United States Press Club, there were between like 25 and 40 people that went on the record, signed an affidavit. That's the word I was looking for. Signed an affidavit that said, I was there. I saw the UFOs. I saw all these missiles over an 18-mile span, 10 missiles go into no-go mode. I was there. I saw it.
But here's the thing. I get all that.
Say it in front of Congress,
but let's just run this down for a minute.
Same things happen in Canada, by the way. Same things happen in all of the NATO nations. It's not just the United States.
No, I'm not saying I understand that, but here's the thing. What you're describing is something that would require an intimate knowledge of technological systems that you can't just, like, even if you could scan something, the idea that you could just turn things on and off like a nuclear missile silo, that requires a level of understanding.
These craft have not only interfered with our top of the line weapons systems and programs, but they've evaded our fastest jets. When they've played cat and mouse with our fastest jets. When in 1952, when the protocol was to shoot them down, they sent the fastest airplanes after them, and then these things went went from horizon to horizon.
Okay, but here's the thing. You talk about this stuff when I'm listening to you talk about this, and with all respect, sir, you talk about this stuff like this information is just known, that it's just out there. And we're talking about it on a late night YouTube stream right now. And you're being like, all the way back to 1952, it's all documented.
I'm saying you can go to the United States press club, from 2001 forward, and you can read all of the stuff online for free. The people that are in high levels of the military have gone on the record, at the expense of possibly their pensions and their reputations, etc., and said, yes, I saw this. This happened to me. The Iranian case in 1976. Alaska Airlines case that happened.
Let me ask you
in Japan, the Christchurch flight that happened in Australia. But I mean, there's too much of this to just chalk it up to be
Sure, but let me ask you this.
Sorry, New Zealand. Yes.
What do you think is happening here?
I'm not sure it matters what I think is happening.
Well, no, why not? I mean, the thing is, everybody wants to believe that all this stuff is going on. I mean,
I think what's happening is that I dated a girl that claimed that she was an abductee. And I thought she was just trying to make me happy because I was putting on UFO lectures at the time. And if you go onto my channel, you can go and look back and see all that stuff. But I drove her into Kansas City every week so that she could go through regressive hypnotherapy. And she didn't tell me a damn thing about what happened to her. I don't know why. I don't know if she didn't remember it or what, but very weird shit happened to me when I was at her place under her mom's house. We lived in a basement apartment under her mom's house, and some very weird shit happened there. And I've experienced when it comes to like helicopter activity, I've experienced helicopters that are doing stuff that helicopters can't do. I remember driving down 6th Street, which here in Lawrence is one of the main drags, and I was going 30 miles an hour in my car, and I see a white helicopter with no rotors flying, pacing me backward.
Okay.
No tail rotors, no top rotors. I know what a helicopter looks like.
No, of course, but my question to you would be, why?
I don't know if why is the right question. For instance, when we ask, why are we here?
No.
Why are we on the earth?
No, this isn't.
That's not necessarily the right question. The question is, after you've examined the evidence, what do you make of it? If you're well read, like you and I are, and you've read Jacques Vallée, and you've read all the great.
Certainly need more of this.
Absolutely. L'chaim.
No, here's my question.
If you've read the great investigators, they don't make judgments. They just report the data and the evidence.
I understand that. I understand, but the evidence is when it comes right down to the evidence is I think it's specious at best.
Okay, so you're wrong about that. If you look at Ted Phillips in Missouri, he's collected over 10,000 physical trace cases of data from landing sites, from places where.
Okay, but wait a minute. Hang on a second. Listen, I just want to point this out. Listen to what you're talking about.
Well, I don't have very much time. I can't make a reasoned argument.
No, but what I'm saying is
10 minutes.
But you've already drawn. You believe, if I just want to pin you down, you believe that UAPs exist, unidentified aerial phenomena exist.
UAP,
UAP, and you believe that they are not human. It's not.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay, but I'm asking you. What I want to know is, what do you believe these things are?
It's difficult for me to make a belief assessment based on.
But you believe. I mean, you're telling me about all this evidence and all this stuff. But what do you believe? I want to know what you think.
It's difficult for me to make a belief assessment based on other people's reports of human contact with aliens.
But so hang on a second. You're saying aliens. So
I just said in air quotes aliens.
Yeah.
And I was going to go on to say, for instance, Leah Haley, who claimed to be an alien abductee, later in life, after she'd come to town and I'd put on her lecture, said that she thought she could see stitching in the eyes of the little grays, like either the Air Force was bringing dwarves into the situation, or children or whatever, and that she encountered a great deal of MILABs, military abductions, where the Greys were always accompanied by men in military uniforms.
Okay, here's the thing. SEAL Team 6 that killed Osama bin Laden,
allegedly.
Even that leaked, allegedly. So right. So we don't believe that SEAL Team 6 killed Osama bin Laden.
I didn't say that.
No, but what I'm going to say is there are people.
It was announced after they dumped the body overboard.
Well, somebody in SEAL Team 6 leaked this information. Why is it that we want to believe? And I've wanted to meet an alien my whole life. I would love to believe that alien visitations.
I don't know that would go well.
Well, but why wouldn't it? See, I believe that
your desire to meet an alien might not live up to the expectations of what you're looking to get out of it.
Well, if there are aliens,
if it scared the metal fuck out of you, and it left you traumatized for life, would you still want that?
But why would it scare me?
Everybody that I've interviewed, everybody that I've read their books, everybody's had the fuck scared out of them.
But why? Why are they scared?
Because it's not supposed to be something that's part of our reality.
Why isn't it?
We're trained as we grow older to not.
See, here's my
not expect things to portal in out of another dimension and grab you and take you out the window.
But here's the thing: our pop culture is full of that. Like even if I saw
does that mean, Rob? Does that mean that there's been a 70-year period of acclimation to this whole idea? Does that mean that since the day the Earth stood still, which, by the way, the CIA helped the screenwriters work on, that maybe there's been a conditioning program all this time, so that by the time the Tic Tac case came out and was above the fold on the New York Times and Politico, didn't even make a rustle. Nobody even blinked.
Well, okay.
UFOs are real, says the DOD, says the Pentagon, says the Navy. It's in the New York Times in 2017. And for fuck's sake,
no, and
nobody bats an eye.
We're getting a report, but here's the thing. There is an
churches didn't fill up, insane asylums didn't fill up, people didn't the stock market didn't crash.
Hang on.
If this is the disclosure that we've been expecting.
I'm going to bring on who's becoming quickly one of my favorite Canadians, Donnie Das, the Canadian D. Does that mean, Connie, you're going to drop the D on us? I don't know about that. That might be weird.
Drop the D.
Drop the D. Hang on. I'm going to put him into the show. You know him. You love him. You've met him before. He actually had some very nice, kind words to say about me last week. But once again, Donnie Das, the Canadian D, is going to join us. And I want to find out if Donnie, there he is. Donnie, have you been watching the show?
Yeah, I've
has he been watching the show?
Okay, the question is, first of all,
to the convo.
First of all, I'm going to ask you, Donnie D, up in the Great White North, up in America's hat, Canada. First of all, tell the folks. First of all, both of you, we know the Gill's in Kansas. Donnie, please tell everybody once again where you are in Canada.
Canada's capital, Ottawa, which
in Ottawa.
The first sighting of the modern UFO age was in 1936 when a guy that worked for the Canadian government that was extremely north, way, way north of where most of Canada is, was tasked with doing a topographical map for the government. And he looked up into the sky and he saw a white disc, perfectly blue sky, perfect, daylight disc sighting, beautiful day. And it ended up conforming to the same kind of sightings that people have been saying since Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Hang on a second. I got to say, Mus Hussein sends in a super chat and says, Rob, this show is so metal. It is the iron ore forged into a mighty carapace which cannot be replicated by other YouTube pretenders. P.S. Have you read Monster by Barry Windsor Smith? Actually, I have not.
I love Barry Windsor Smith.
I do too. I love Barry Windsor Smith. I mean, come on,
Barry
Weapon X too. Barry Windsor Smith. I'm a big fan, but I have not read Monster, but I want to. By the way, thanks for supporting the channel in that way. ShadowZack09 says, "What do you think of Henry Cavill unfollowing Warner Brothers on social media?" I didn't know that, but
I didn't know that either.
I think Henry Cavill's been done dirty. First of all, Henry Cavill. If you guys have not seen Man from U.N.C.L.E., and I probably shouldn't recommend it because Cannibal Army Hammer.
It's not that great a movie.
You know, it's pretty fun though, and I liked it a lot.
If you're a fan of the real Man from U.N.C.L.E.,
well,
it's
look,
kind of.
I am.
But he was really good in it.
He was really good, and so was
Anne Hathaway. Yeah,
no, so was Army Hammer's Ilya Kuryakin. I mean, I think it's a beautifully done. Film, and I like Henry Cavill. I don't know why they didn't make another. Warner Brothers has never made a movie called Superman.
And by the way, we're both drinking Irish whiskey tonight.
Yes, we are.
Fucking metal.
It is fucking metal, Danny.
Metal.
Wait, Donnie, what do you have? You've got the 4K. Bruh. The 4K, that's the brand new one, right? Of the Ultimate Cut?
No, I bought this like 3-4 years ago.
Oh,
dude.
So that's the original.
Justice League. Yeah.
That's
not very metal.
No. That's fucking metal, dude. That's the Ultimate Cut.
No. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Well, now they've reissued that. Wait, what?
Did you get your copy?
Yes, I finally got my copy of the new version with the IMAX. Yes, as a matter of fact, well, it's here somewhere.
Actually, there was something I wanted to share, Rob, because I didn't know you were going to go in the UFO direction. Although I'm prepared to go there.
Well, I love the UFO talk.
I always go in the UFO direction.
I wanted to talk to you about.
Come on, man.
Profoundly Disturbing. By Joe Bob Briggs.
Yes, I love. By the way, I'm going to be streaming with Joe Bob Briggs. I'm moderating. I am moderating a panel next week on my birthday, which is May 15th.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Joe Bob Briggs and Lloyd Kaufman. Ooh, it's going to be. I can't wait.
It's rated Profoundly Disturbing.
Yes.
I'm a close personal friend of Joe Bob's, as I'm sure you are. And,
I am not.
Well, anyone that's a fan of Joe Bob's is a quote close personal friend of Joe Bob Briggs.
By the way, I have to say, Colton Chase sends in a super chat. No question, Colton. You know what? First of all, I've always loved the name. Colton is such a great American Western. Cool, I'm pushing out across the frontier name. Also, could be Hudson's Bay Company, could be Canadian too. What do you think, Donnie? Do you think that Colton is a good?
Shout it out. Yo, Hudson Bay, respect.
Yeah, the Hudson's Bay Company, dude. Yes. Okay. You want to know? You guys, you want to know what's fucking metal? Let me tell you what I can't.
Tell me.
Let's see. Okay.
I can't wait for Robert Meyer Burnett to tell us what's metal.
Here's what's fucking metal. There is a series of books that has been written since the mid '80s from Canada. It is a series of horror novels, and I kid you not. It is about the Special X division of the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Oh, that's cool.
And it was 3 Vancouver prosecuting attorneys, and it's about psycho killers, like Silence of the Lambs shit. And the first 4 books, Headhunter, Ghoul, Cutthroat, and Ripper. And they're by Michael Slade. And they combine.
I've heard of Michael Slade.
Yeah, and that's a pen name.
Is he a best-selling writer?
But Michael.
I want to know this,
dude. Michael Slade. First of all, why their books haven't been adapted is fucking beyond me. Now,
no, but as a Canadian and a comic lover, how have I not heard this,
dude? So these novels, what they do is they combine actual Canadian history with Silence of the Lambs or Thomas Harris level of fucking serial killer shit. It is so fucking good. So, and here's what's really cool. So Headhunter, which by the way I have a signed first edition hardcover copy of. I can't reach it, but
everything's around. We know.
I can't reach
everything's around.
But so Headhunter and Headhunter introduces one character.
So I just pulled it up. Is this the image?
No, that is not the image. Okay,
what am I trying to Google?
Okay, okay, here's the great thing. The fans of these books are called Sladists.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so it's Michael Slade. Go to look up either Special X or michaelslade.com.
Special X, that refers to Wolverine, obviously, right?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, he's Project X.
Yeah. Well, he was Weapon X.
Weapon X. Yeah.
The Special X. The book's created. This is pre-X-Files. This is like 84. Mm-hmm. And by the way, these fucking books are fucking metal. They are fucking horrifying. And I have to tell you, one of the things that they did was they always had the greatest endings. And Ghoul.
Rob?
Oh. Yes.
There you go. I've seen that cover.
Yep. Okay. So what you have to do is, and what Michael Slade did, which is really, his name's Jay Clark. The original books were written by 3 Vancouver prosecuting attorneys together. And they combined real Canadian history with psycho horror. And in the 80s, I mean, they were total splatterpunk books. And what's funny is...
That's really interesting because it kind of actually segues back to Joe Bob Briggs, because his real name is John Bloom.
Yep.
And he won an award for his first book, which was a true crime novel that he co-wrote.
Yeah. And I'm a huge fan. I mean... Of course, if you saw Mick Garris's version of The Stand, Joe Bob Briggs is in the first episode.
Oh yeah, there's no Stand without Joe Bob Briggs.
And by the way, one of the great reviews of all time ever written about any movie is Joe Bob Briggs' review of Michael Dudikoff starring in American Ninja. I mean, if you ever read, and I cannot wait to actually be on a live stream and tell him. When I was growing up in the 80s, his reviews were published. I want to say they were published in the Seattle Times, and I read them every week. And no, I mean, Pauline Kael, whatever. But one of the greatest film reviews I ever read was his review of American Ninja.
It's funny,
and I'm going to tell him that.
You beat me to it because I was in touch with his agent a week or two ago, and after I'd gotten in touch with him personally, and I invited him onto my show, Masters of the Genre, I was like, "Hey, let's get you on the show," and he said, "Well, okay, why don't you talk to blah blah blah, and we'll see what she says." And I did, and she said, "But he's going to pass." So you, my friend, have gotten the.
Well, he's not coming on my show. I mean,
but you're going to moderate.
I've been doing one of my favorite things during quarantine was these guys reached out from Chicago who've been putting on these conventions, virtual conventions, and they've had me moderating. And I think this is they're doing a horror convention now, but. They've asked me. I've done a bunch. I got to interview some of my heroes, like Howard Chaykin. I got to interview. I got to moderate a discussion with him.
We had a little tete-a-tete about Howard Chaykin. Yeah.
Yes. So, well, listen. I want to bring on other people, but
before you do,
yep.
I want to discuss my favorite horror writer, who you may be familiar with.
Yeah.
John Shirley.
Oh, yes, who worked with Dave Scow writing The Crow.
Yep, and he is the creator of the cyberpunk genre, according to William Gibson, his good friend.
Yep.
This is a novel called Crawlers, which is kind of a Grey Goose scenario, and it's a wonderful book. I can't recommend it highly enough. And of course, like you, Rob, having books signed by authors. Authorship is very important.
Yeah.
But this is a signed edition, although the actual signed part is kind of hiding from me at the moment. Well, but this is a great book, Crawlers by John Shirley.
I'm a John Shirley fan, absolutely.
Love his work. He's still cranking them out. He's a great writer. If you get a chance to look at any John Shirley, pick it up. You won't be sorry.
I won't. Now, let me ask you, Donnie, are you a horror fiction fan? I mean, we've had you on before, and you've had some very kind words for me. I've had you on earlier tonight on Liz of Views. Thanks for being there. But now let me ask you this, dude. Do you read horror fiction, and do you believe in unidentified aerial phenomenon?
I definitely do, but when it comes to reading, it's graphic novels. I don't read much books. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, let me tell you, as a Canadian, Michael Slade, all you have to do, pick up Headhunter, you'll be hooked.
Have they been made into graphic novels yet?
No, and
I definitely believe in other life, and I believe we are a science project. Our creator is a greater. It's like Prometheus. We are created by somebody else, far beyond.
But here's the thing.
We're a science project.
Maybe we are, but all the engineers in Prometheus and Alien Covenant are fucking idiots.
They are.
They are fucking dumb.
The really
dumb
interesting
beings.
thing, to wrap it up,
as opposed to like God snapping his fingers. There's man, there's woman. We had to come from something. I believe. Yeah, we're a science project.
Are we a successful science project?
Perhaps
we're like a
not.
C+.
C+. But you know what? I have to say, you know what's great though? Let me tell you, if we are, it's fucking metal to be alive, man. It's fucking metal.
And to be conscious, to be a part of the universe that experiences itself.
Yeah, man. That's why I believe we are here to experience the universe. And by the way,
wouldn't it be the height of arrogance if we really thought that we were the only other conscious beings in the universe?
I don't think that we do, though. Dude, we saw Elon Musk launch and land a 12-story rocket this week. That was pretty fucking metal.
That's pretty fucking metal.
Pretty metal. Now, hang on. Donnie, what were you going to say?
Oh, shit. Now I forget.
No, you're talking about our science experiment.
I remember now.
Yeah.
I remember.
I knew you would.
Last time I was on, the first time on Middle Midnight.
Midnight Metal. Yeah.
Metal.
Yes, it's good to have you back.
Metal, man.
Midnight Metal, episode 10. You were telling me Atticus Ross and Trent Reznor did the score for Soul. And I had no idea.
And with John Baptiste.
And
for the social network.
I listened to it, and it's definitely not that Trent Reznor, Atticus.
No, it is not further down the spiral.
Yeah, that's right. They're further down the spiral.
But Reznor does have that. He is so skilled in many instruments. He can do anything.
He's a good composer.
Right. So, like, if I were to listen to it, it's beautiful. But then telling me that was Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, like, wow. Okay, cool.
Well, here's the thing. I'm a huge Nine Inch Nails fan, and when I say further down the spiral was a remix album that they did after the Downward Spiral, and
after Broken and Fixed.
Yes, and I'm a huge fan of. I can't believe David Fincher brought them in and said, "Hey, man, score The Social Network and The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo."
That?
No, it's very cool because David Fincher was, he was working and Fight Club, but he was
taking a huge risk
and a
huge risk.
Also, David Fincher worked at ILM. He worked on the speeder bike chase in Return of the Jedi. He was, I mean, he's an Fincher. He knows his shit. And also, one of my favorite music videos, especially from a movie, is Billy Idol's "Cradle of Love," which would probably get fucking canceled now. Fincher directed that shit, and and that was not.
Yeah, I forgot
don't know
that he came from music videos.
Oh my God, Fincher's a fucking music video god. I mean, if you look at and his soundtracks.
Although one of these days, we'll get into a discussion about Devo and how MTV really fucked them over.
Well, it's true. That is true.
I got one last question for you, Rob.
Yes, sir. I have an answer.
Name another artist or somebody near like a Trent Reznor that can do it all. Make music, make a kick-ass concert, awesome score.
Put out an album.
But yeah, multiple albums. Well, come
on, man.
That's actually a pretty.
Come on, man.
No, that's a pretty good analog. Although I'll tell you this about him.
I'm not knocking Prince.
Okay, no, you know
he was expected to be a prodigy.
Yeah, but I have an answer for you, Danny Elfman. Because Danny Elfman fronted Oingo Boingo.
Oingo Boingo.
I love fucking Oingo Boingo. I mean, I'm a awesome. huge Oingo Boingo fan. So Danny Elfman was alternative punk.
And they're still around.
Well, Oingo Boingo hasn't.
It's not like because he's gone off and scored their own stuff that the band stopped.
No,
altogether.
but I mean, he was
once in a while they pop up.
One of the great things. Well, Oingo Boingo hasn't performed in a very, very long time. And one of the great things about living in LA was his brother Richard. When my movie Free Enterprise, we went to Spain. We went to Sitges. Rick Elfman and I hung out. He even wrote an article, a fake article about my exploits. It was amazing. But he directed the Mystic Knights of the Oingo Boingo that was in Forbidden Zone. I would say Danny Elfman is a guy that fronted a rock band. Because I fucking love Oingo Boingo is great.
They're amazing.
Dead Man's Party. I mean, one of my favorite songs by them is Elevator Man. And when he started scoring, he started working with Sam Raimi, doing things like Dark Man. You know, the first time I actually met Danny Elfman when I worked at Warner Brothers, and it was so random. He was dating Lisa Henson, who was Jim Henson's daughter, who was a senior VP there, and there was a snack shack. There was a snack shack on the Warner Brothers backlot that people would go like buy snacks. And I went there, like you go there every day, and I went there one day because I worked there, and I was sitting with, I walked there, and Danny Elfman was there, and we're like buying drumsticks, you know, those drumsticks, ice cream in it. We're both buying drumsticks, and I said, oh my God, you know, you're Danny Elfman. And I said, well, I work in feature production. I know Lisa Henson. He's like, oh, you know, Lisa, why don't you come to the scoring stage? We're scoring Darkman. Wow. And I'm like, I would love that. And so we did.
That is so cool.
And this is, we're talking 89, 90. And, you know, he was such a cool guy, and he's just like his brother. And I think Danny Elfman, like, he's not the same kind of musician as Trent Reznor was, but I do think that.
But he has that meta level of.
Yeah, man. I mean, Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party, and.
So let me ask you, Rob, when do you think the last time was that Oingo Boingo performed, not toured? Performed.
I want to say it was Halloween in like Irvine, here in LA.
What year?
90s?
90. Late 90s? Early 90s?
No, I think mid 90s, maybe 98. 90. I'm not sure.
That's kind of late 90ish, but okay. All right. Well, we'll see. Everybody's Googling in the audience. I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know. But
knock yourself out, man. I'll wait.
I have no idea. Let's see.
Performed, not toured.
Last performance. Farewell. Wow. Their farewell album was 95. Last concert was well, I don't know. Like 95, 96?
No, that's not right.
Yeah. That's live from the Universal Theater, 95, 96.
That's on a tour though.
All I know is that it was a big deal. Oingo Boingo's like the band X, the punk band X.
Yes.
Oingo Boingo X is an LA band. Oingo Boingo's an LA band. LA bands are it's a big deal when
they're
LA
huge.
Bands, hang up there. Well, listen, gentlemen, this has been awesome. I'm going to let you
metal, man.
Dude, it's fucking metal, you guys. Wait, let me see. So I'm gonna let you guys go. And then I'm going to bring more people on.
Peace and love.
Dude, Donnie, it was great to see you tonight. Gil, thanks for sending me shit. It's all good. We're going to talk UFOs later.
Awesome.
All right. What a great fucking metal time. Fucking good. Now, hang on. Well, thank you so much. It was awesome. Well, that's next week. Thank you. My birthday is May 15th, and I'm going to be talking to Lloyd Kaufman and Joe Bob Briggs on my birthday. Now, hang on a second. Let's see. There's lots of... Anthony Gonzalez says, I have information in regards to who turned off our weapons and silos and power grids. It was Red Squad. Red Squad is fucking metal. See, here's my thing about aliens. Why would they want to do that? Like everything we know, or like even what we were talking about, like we think, ooh, it's nefarious, like aliens are going after. It makes sense. Even in Star Trek, they're like, in 68, end of season 2, assignment Earth, we're going to go after these nuclear weapons platforms. I get that. But we want to believe that somebody would even care. The idea that everything we believe about aliens is anthropomorphized to us. Like God and the devil. And my thing is like the aliens and UFO. I know it's. I'm gonna put this back in here. Anyway, actually, ShadowZach09 did ask Henry Cavill unfollowing. I don't understand why publicly between what Zack Snyder's saying and Warner Brothers is saying. We're supposed to be one big happy fleet. Why not be nice to people? Henry Cavill's made movies for Warner Brothers. He's a nice guy. I just don't get why we don't make... I mean, it's so weird, the animosity. It's strange. It's bizarre. I don't know. Red Walrus, trademark, NC52, sent me a super chat and said... R&B, have you ever read or talked about Stephen R. Donaldson's Thomas Covenant series? One of my faves. Thomas Covenant, the Unbeliever. Look, when you were growing up, if a Tolkien fan, when I grew up, there was two warring factions. There was Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, and then there was the modern Lord Foul's Bane. Thomas Covenant, the Unbeliever. White Gold Wielder. Yes. I haven't talked about. I do mention it, but Thomas. I mean the Thomas Covenant series. When I was growing up, there were Tolkien already existed, but there was Terry Brooks, the Sword of Shannara, and by the way, I thought it was Shannara, but then I went to Terry Brooks' house and interviewed him, and I said, "Is it Shannara or Shannara?" He's like, "It's Shannara," just so you know. Yes, I did go to his house and interview him in Seattle. So it was the Sword of Shannara, and it was Thomas Covenant, the Unbeliever. White Gold Wielder, Lord Foul's Bane. That was a big deal. Big deal. I loved it. Fucking metal, right? Colton Case, by the way, I don't know if I ever finished. He said, metal from Manitoba, Canada. Oh my God. I hope I don't massacre this name. Ojibwe? First Nation. Big fan since Heroes. Well, Colton, let me just say, for those of you who don't know, in Canada, the indigenous people are called First Nation. I'm a huge fan of that. I'm a huge fan of our North Americans, indigenous people. Between Black Americans and indigenous people, there's a lot of people who have been wronged. But I'm a huge fan of First Nation culture and their people. And in Seattle, we had, of course, in Washington State, the Coast Salish tribes that were in Seattle. So I'm a big fan. I thank you for saying that. I hope I don't know how to pronounce that. Ojibwe, I don't know. But I'm a big fan. Thank you, Colton. It means a lot. I appreciate that. Zan187 says, imagine aliens headbanging and moshing away on their ships, listening to midnight metal and screaming, metal, at Rob Burnett. You know what I would love to see? I would love to see aliens, like, screaming metal and making, like, even if they had 3 fingers or doing some weird shit, and you'd see it subtitled. They'd be going, and it would be like subtitled, fucking metal. Fucking metal. I would love that. That'd be like the greatest shit ever. Colton Chase says, Danny Elfman made my favorite score, Spider-Man. Great score. And by the way, thanks for the support. Stubble McShave, my friend. By the way, can I just talk about, there are certain people, certain imagination connoisseurs who are foundational members of this channel. Stubble McShave is one of them, but I worry about him. I do. He sent me books. He's been there. He's an intellectual, and he loves the Wheel of Time. Now, here's the thing. I worry about Stubble because, like, they're finally, like, his favorite thing in the world is the Wheel of Time series. I mean, he can, I would hire Stubble. You know what? If someone came to me and said, Mr. Burnett, we would like you to book speaking engagements at various colleges. And do you know anyone who knows anything about the Wheel of Time series? I would be like, oh, no. My bro, Stub McShave, needs to be flown over from Sweden, and he is going to be the man who's going to stand in front of an auditorium of 1,000 people and talk about the Wheel of Time. However, you know, when people adapt things like, oh, I don't know, Star Trek 2009, A Secret Hideout Discovery. Call him. You know what happens? If the Wheel of Time series isn't good, I feel that I'm going to have to say to Elizabeth, I'm vaccinated. I need to fly to Sweden, and I need to find Stubble. I need to, like, cradle him in my arms and pet his head and be like, dude, it's going to be okay. This show better be fucking good. It better be fucking metal, or there's going to be hell to pay. Because if my man Stubble McShave does not like it, I am not going to be happy. Anyway, so Stubble says, speaking of directors coming from music videos, Johan Rennick, who directed Chernobyl, was a very successful music video director. I think he did a few Madonna videos. Prior to that, he was a hip-hop artist. Looking at him now, you'd never believe it. Let me just tell you, Stubble is bringing up, Johan Rennick is one of, and I'll flat out fucking say this, one of the most talented directors working today in any medium. I mean, people are like, what? No. Why he isn't directing a tentpole movie in Hollywood proves that everyone, all you development motherfuckers, fuck all y'all, you don't know shit. Johan Rennick is one of the greatest directors working today. I cannot believe that someone has not given him. Maybe he turned them down. Maybe he has. Maybe he's like, I'm not gonna fuck that. I'm not gonna. Chernobyl is brilliantly directed. By the way, I used to work at an ad agency with the creator of that show. But Johan Rennick, Subble, is one of the most talented directors working today, and perhaps he's an iconoclast and will not allow himself to be corrupted. But fuck yeah, that guy is unbelievably talented, and the fact that he's not directing an American tentpole right now, I have no idea why. Colton Chase said, "You said it right, and I appreciate you." Well, Colton, thank you very much. Let me just tell you something. So, this is a terrible thing to say. It's bad. But when I was a kid, there is a British horror writer named Graham Masterton. I'm looking. I have to pull. There's so many. So anyway, Graham Masterton, part of his thing was he would look into different mythologies of different cultures and write horror novels around them. He wrote The Manitou. He also wrote Revenge of the Manitou and Burial and Blood of the Manitou. But so The Manitou is about I don't want to say Indian, but indigenous person, an indigenous medicine man, Misquamacus, who comes back from wherever to wreak havoc. And one of the things that I love, and look, this is so fucked up. It might be fucked up for me to say, although I think it's kind of fucking metal. So you can't not be a Star Trek fan. There is an episode of Star Trek in the third season called The Paradise Syndrome, written by Margaret Arman, where the Enterprise shows up and they find an asteroid deflector, and they find basically American indigenous people, Native American, call them Indians, and you've got Miramani, and Kirk becomes Kirok. But what it does is it lays the groundwork for the mythology of the Star Trek universe of the Preservers, people that seeded the Milky Way galaxy. And the one thing about, and yes, people are going to be like, Rob, you can't be not all of indigenous people are mystical. But there was a certain understanding of nature, a harmonious existence. Sure, did Native American cultures kill each other? Yes, there was wars and all that shit. But they understood how to manage their natural resources, which we've apparently forgotten. And growing up in Seattle and growing up in Washington State, there is a lot of... I did a... You know what? I'm gonna find... Actually, I'll find this. So, the very first time... This might not be metal. It's like confessional. But the very first time I went on my own as a freelance editor and producer, I was hired by a woman named Baba Cooper. And she was affiliated with the Oneida Nation. And I loved her. She was tasked by the Oneida Nation to make a commercial or a public service announcement that talked about the fact that the Congress in 1987 recognized the fact that the Oneida Nation, that ideas from a Native American culture had become part of the basis of the United States Constitution. I didn't know this. And the first job when I went out on my own, she was the first person to hire me in the mid-90s. And I did not know what the Oneida Nation was. I didn't understand. I didn't get it. And she had shot this footage, and she didn't know how to put it together. Now, Let me see if I can find it and share it. So here's a funny thing. So I was working at a post facility, and this is talking mid-90s, and it's up. So she was an indigenous person, and she worked with the Oneida Nation. And let me see. I'm going to go to my own YouTube page. I'll share it with you guys. I don't mean to, I'm now getting all verklempt. And I'm looking at. Let me find the things I put on my channel. I'm gonna look at all the videos. I will find this. Here it is. So, the Iroquois Confederacy of Nations was what we were working for. Now you're going to see this, and it's going to be very, as I'm playing it. The resolution is terrible because it was early YouTube, but I'm very proud of this because Robbie Robertson recorded for us, and so watch this. So here's something I did for the Oneida Nation, and Baba Cooper passed away, but this is one of the first things I ever cut, and she had never directed anything before, and we won awards for this. So this isn't really metal, but since Colton, I want to thank you for that, but I want you to know that I am a big proponent of indigenous people and First Nations, and so you can see I've actually put my money where my mouth is, and I know it's very low res, but whatever. So thank you, I appreciate that. But now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I think. Let's see. You know who's here? Look who is here. Wait. Black Phillip Alvar. What? You gonna tell me some shit? What? Oh, look at this. Black Phillip Alvarez. Black Phillip Alvarez. Am I on? Oh my God. Oh my God. Am I on? Fucking Black Phillip Alvarez. Wait, by what group? What are you talking about? Oh, I know. I'm just giving you shit. I'm gonna add our friend Black Phillip Alvarez. Now give me a moment, because I'm gonna bring him on. Oh my God. You know him, you love him. He's Black Phillip Alvarez. Gil was wearing a Black Phillip shirt. Just gonna put. Okay, I'm gonna bring you on. I'm gonna bring you on tonight on Midnight Metal. Well, okay, our favorite Texan. You know him, you love him. Imagination connoisseur par excellence, Black Phillip Alvarez. Welcome to Midnight Metal, Black Phillip. How are you doing? Are you fucking metal tonight, dude? Are you fucking metal?
I'm always metal, Rob.
Come on, dude, give me the shout. Give it to me. Brother. All right, dude. So, how are things in Texas?
Hot and humid.
Hot and humid. That's it.
Yeah.
Philip?
I know, that's all I got. I'm sorry.
Are things good for you? Are you doing okay?
Always.
All right.
Yes.
You're doing okay.
Fantastic. Never been.
All right. So,
I'm on the
let me ask you this. We had a lot of UFO talk. I mean, I didn't ask somebody, would you sell your soul to Satan or fucking alien? We talked about UFOs. Do you believe in unidentified aerial phenomenon?
Yeah, I do. I believe there's other beings out there.
Do you believe they're strafing our planet with their technology?
I believe they're probably years ahead of us, honestly.
Well, it's probably true. It's true. By the way, we've got someone else. Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Okay, I got to tell you, you
Is that Midnight's Edge?
Yes, you are going to be my friend. I have to say, Black Phillip, you are a long-time imagination connoisseur. No. I'm just going to say, I'm going to leave you in the big box, but I'm going to bring on Tom from Midnight's Edge. And I have to say, before I bring you guys on together, Midnight's Edge. I feel like when my mom adopted me when I was born, I feel like Midnight's Edge adopted me. It was kind of like the same thing. My mom adopted me. I was lucky. It could have been thrown away. And Midnight's Edge, as an older man, adopted me and made me a part of them. I mean, Andre, Tom, Rob, Mecca, the people on Midnight's Edge have made me feel like I belong. Like I belong. And I'm going to bring on one of those people is Tom. Tom is the man. He contacts me. And you, my friend, just so you know, Black Phillip Alvarez, this is a great honor, and it's fucking metal.
I know.
Fucking metal. Fuck yeah!
Nice to meet you, Tom.
Well, hang on. Let me just wait. I want to see you. Don't say. I know you can see each other now, but hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Let me. I'm going to bring Tom into the show. I'm going to add Tom. Tom's been on the show before.
He's not on yet.
No, he's not. I got to bring him. I got to put him down. Oh my God, are you kidding me? I've got to put him into the show and bring him in. I mean, I'm doing this shit on the fly.
The beauty of live TV.
Oh my God. So everyone, Tom from Midnight's Edge, welcome him to Midnight fucking Metal. Midnight's Edge is on Midnight Metal. What is more fucking metal than that? Tom, welcome. Yeah.
What's that music?
Oh,
sorry, my bad.
Yeah, dude. Okay, I just got demonetized. Thanks for that. No.
Awesome.
Tom, welcome.
Hey, I
Hello.
don't need that.
I was on like what, the second or third one of these you did?
Dude, I think so. And this is the 12th one. I can't believe people are still watching.
Metal.
This is
Oh my God, you got the Freddy Krueger hands.
Oh, not really.
I got a few actually.
So,
man after my heart already
This
with
is
the
part
Freddy
one.
Krueger glove.
so first of all, Tom, let me ask you something.
Yes.
Do you believe in unidentified aerial phenomena? Do you believe in alien visitations, whether they're from different time periods or whatever?
I think it'd be real ignorant to think that we're alone in the universe. I mean, do I think that there's intelligent life out there besides us? Oh, definitely, because we can't be the smartest things in the universe, or we're fucked.
Wait.
I think they're miles ahead of us as far as advanced technology.
Well, that's just it. I mean, if we're the smartest, then we're in big trouble.
They could be here for centuries or well before we have. Who knows? We don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
That's always been my belief, at least.
Yeah, of course, I don't think we're alone. Now, have I ever really seen?
Well, you know,
anything
Tiffany told me she thought we were alone now, but I know that Tiffany was wrong.
There doesn't seem to be anybody else around. So,
well, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, it's tough to. By the way, Elizabeth, I didn't even realize Elizabeth has been sending me. Andre says he's trying to get in.
yeah, he was trying to get in earlier. I don't know if he still is or not.
I don't know. I didn't.
It's a long line. It's a long line. People want to come on your show, Rob.
Well, I don't. It's a long road getting. It's been a long time getting from there to here. Boy, I'm those Picard leaks this week. Can we talk about Star Trek Picard? Can we talk about how fascist Starfleet and oh my God, I really hate modern Star Trek. Modern Star Trek is not fucking metal.
Well, do you believe those leaks or
no?
I actually do.
I believe some of them, but
the pictures.
Oh, the pictures, yeah. But there was a Reddit leak that I'm kind of.
Yeah, well. I think the idea of time travel and fascist what all they're doing is they're looking at old Star Trek and copying it.
Yeah.
I believe that, and not well. It's all bad. Like why? You have an opportunity to. What's interesting? We live in a world where Scott Frank will do the Queen's Gambit. He goes back into Walter Tevis's fiction, a guy who's been adapted, The Hustler, Color Money, Man Who Fell to Earth, and does a great job. What I don't understand is why do the modern stewards of Star Trek constantly make terrible science fiction? Like, they could go in. There is thousands of great science fiction books they could adapt, and yet the stuff they look at, they're like, let's do the Borg again, or let's do an alternate future, which is a fascist Nazi future. Like, really? Why is it you can't do something new and unique? There's so many ideas out there. Why do you think that is, Tom?
Because they don't want to try anything new, because if it's untested, then they don't know if it'll succeed. And it's the same thing with why do they keep remaking the same old things? Why do they keep redoing the same old things anymore? Because I know, when we were younger, they used to be embarrassed by sequels. Like, they would get embarrassed by a lot of sequels, and nowadays it's like that's all. It's like, oh, we got to have a franchise. It's got to be a franchise. Is there a sequel in it? That's the first thing they ask, because they don't know how to do anything else. But to break the subject, I think Andre's trying to get in. By the way.
Oh, hey, Black Phillip, would you allow me to? I was
gonna say, otherwise I'll check out for him.
Would you allow me to bring you in a little later? Can I let you go and bring in Andre?
Oh, it was nice to meet you, Black Phillip. Sorry,
I'll bring you back. I'll bring you back later. And we'll bring in, and we'll see. Hopefully Andre will get in. Don't anyone else try and get in.
I'll tell him try now.
Oh, hang on. Andre's here. Oh my God. Here. Let me put him in.
He probably doesn't have a camera, so.
Oh, well, that's fine. I'll wait. So Andre, how is, we don't know. I mean, we can hear him. I've never understood the hierarchy of, like, I just assume everyone from Norway is smarter than all of us in America. So what exactly is the hierarchy of? I can hear you, but hang on. I've got to add you in, and this is, by the way, Andre. You've never been on my channel before. And this is an amazing, amazing experience. But we can't see you, even your graphic. But that's okay. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't think he has a camera.
It doesn't matter. I'm just going to bring him in. I'm going to bring Andre in. And I'm going to add him into our party here.
So you can go ahead and throw me in the square then, or whatever. I'll stay on camera.
Well, yeah. See, it's doing this live stuff. I kind of like the idea of putting Andre as the black Norwegian metal element.
Whatever you got to do,
because wouldn't that be? Oh yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
But hang on now. I'm going to add you in. I'm doing this live on the fly. And as I've been drinking, it's harder and harder and harder to do this.
We know what it's like.
So hold on. I'm going to add you and put you in. And this is going to, by the way, to have the two of you here, you guys have been so good to me, and you've been such a friend. I'm adding Andre. Andre is the impresario. I mean, Tom and Andre are like the Vito and Michael Corleone of Midnight's Edge. The two of you, it's amazing. And by the way, how cool is it to have black Norwegian metal tonight? Andre is fucking metal. Are you not, Andre?
I don't know if you can hear us.
No, he should be.
Can you hear us, Andre?
Maybe he's not there.
I can hear like something in the background, but I don't know.
I know.
If you can hear us.
I don't think he might have gone away, but he's there. He's in this chat.
Oh, interesting.
So Tom.
Thank you, but can you hear me? Can you hear me at all?
Oh, you gotta turn. Is he listening to the stream?
No. Okay.
No. Andre, we can hear you.
I hear.
He hears.
We can. You just talk. You're in. Okay, you're in, buddy.
Okay.
And I love the fact that you're the black metal Norwegian. Fuck yeah! Welcome, Midnight's Edge to this channel, Midnight Metal. So, Tom, let me ask you guys. Let me ask the two of you. Tell us a story of how you guys met.
Well, Andre got a hold of me through the Midnight's Edge Facebook group. He had been doing the channel for a while at that point. I'd been hanging out on the group, commenting a lot, doing my own YouTube thing. He was looking to expand the group a little bit. He got a hold of me. He already had Rob on board. Kevin, which was the guy he started Midnight's Edge with, had moved on to other things in his life. It was just he couldn't handle his day job and Midnight's Edge. So, yeah, Andre was looking for other people, and there was another guy that was coming in with us to handle all the editing and stuff, and I was mainly supposed to be just coming in to do like this kind of a thing, and because I had a radio background, and
Right.
Do writing and stuff like that. But the guy who was supposed to be editing didn't work out. And next thing we know, I'm doing the editing too. So like, that's kind of how I got involved. It was just kind of a whirlwind of things that just happened. And next thing you know, it's just me and Rob and Andre. And then, we had guys like, Script, who comes in like our fifth Beatle, you who are like another fifth Beatle. And, now we've got like Paulie running Midnight's Edge Espanol and his team over there. And yeah, it's just crazy how, all the people we've met and everything that's gone. And I don't know if we got Andre yet or not. I can hear him, but I don't think he can hear us. So
I think he can. I mean, he should be.
I don't know if he's behind on us or what.
Although he should. He's there. He's in us. He's in us. But let me ask you this, Tom. I mean, you guys have. I think, like I've talked about this a lot. Midnight's Edge to me was a channel I started watching even before I was on my own channel. Andre disappeared.
I think he's going to try and refresh. Yeah.
Oh well. So
he was there. Yeah.
So let me ask you this. I mean, you guys were doing investigative journalism. You were doing. I mean, you guys are trying to really elevate. You guys weren't. Look, it takes a long time to edit videos and all this. It's not like you're doing some salacious like, oh my God, look at this. These people suck. You never did that. You guys were actually doing analysis. You were doing deep dives. You were finding facts and figures and all that. What was the philosophy behind what Midnight's Edge was doing? What were you? What was what the channel wanted to be?
Our main goal, from what I gathered from the start, at least, and since I've been there, it's evolutionized a little bit. But the original idea was, there is good things that could be done in Hollywood. There is people out there who want to tell good stories. So what happens? What gets from point A to B to C that screws things up? Okay, now we can hear you.
Now we can hear you.
Oh, okay, we got you. So actually, Andre would be the better choice to ask this question anyway. But it's really just the big part of sick and tired of being told we're an istophobe just because we don't like something, and at the same time, there's just a lot of stuff that's overlooked, and also looking into the behind the scenes politics and corporate stuff that gets involved in making films and bringing our backgrounds into the mix and seeing how well that works. But yeah, Andre, now that we have you here, you could probably give a much better answer than I did.
Well, hang on. You know what? I'm not. Hang on. I'm not quite hearing you yet. I'll tell you why I'm not quite hearing you yet. I'm not, because I'm technically not proficient, and I'm going to add you into the stream, Andre, and let me just put you where you should be, at the top of the pyramid, as they said in The Right Stuff. So now, Andre, hang on, give me just 1 second, and I'm going to add you down into what we have here. I mean, this is it's tough. It's hard. By the way, we're seeing me on your screen, just so you can, just so you know. And not that I don't want to see myself. It's all good.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, hey,
We really need to get you a webcam, Andre.
It's I don't know. I kind of like. I just kind of like the whole idea of that. I mean, you never seeing you. So now, Andre, I think you're in.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, fantastic.
We can hear you.
Can we? I love the fact that, as I said, you're a black metal Norwegian. Like, this is total, like, unbelievable to have you here.
Awesome, and especially now when we finally got the technology working.
Yeah.
Well, yes. So let me just say what I was saying, and I want to say this to you live. You guys have really been very nice to me over the last year. You've like adopted me and been so cool to me. And I want to say, and my girlfriend Elizabeth will tell you, I watched Midnight's Edge way before I knew you guys. Like every time you'd post a Star Trek video or whatever. And one of the things I loved about Midnight's Edge was the production value. Like, you guys spent a long time, and I got to really love the dulcet tones of Rob's voice narrating these videos. And then I hadn't heard any of you, Andre, but oh my God, talk about Conan, dude, or Dune. Come on. If you do a video about Conan or Dune, I'm like, this is essential viewing. So, Andre, let me ask you, what is the philosophy behind Midnight's Edge as a channel?
Well, I would say that it's a matter of being genuine. Being both we as an audience have to be genuine with ourselves and the kind of entertainment that we want and why we want it, but also I think that the producers of our entertainment need to be genuine with what they are doing, why they are doing it, and how they choose to communicate with the audience.
Yeah.
Much of the impetus behind the channel was actually frustration.
Really?
It was that a little bit, because there were two things. One was an unbridled love for the content, for the genre entertainment, for all the media, for all the books, for the movies, the comics. It was an absolute love for that. At the same time, it was frustration with how it was being adapted to the big screen, and also with how the entertainment media complex presented it to the audience. I felt as an audience member that I was often being spoken down to. That this is your entertainment and you will consume and you will enjoy. And at the same time, when they weren't being genuine, for instance, if there was an adaptation that is something that should be treasured, that should be revered, like the Fantastic Four, which is something that started Marvel Comics. Of course, it existed before as Timely Comics, but the beginning of Marvel as we know it today, which is a very, very important part of genre culture, was with the Fantastic Four. And when it came to the movie adaptation, it wasn't given anywhere near the kind of reverence that it deserved from, by all accounts, anyone involved. Right. And then you had the entirety of the entertainment media complex at the time, including the relatively few YouTube pundits that were at the time, instead of asking any kind of critical questions, instead of holding the people that are maintaining these franchises, the rights holders, those that by happenstance happen to have them right now, to any kind of standards. Instead, it was basically just parroting the narrative that was out there. This is good, we like all this, blah, 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 and there's no problem at all, nothing to see here, just be excited. And it was a little bit frustration with those things. It was the people in charge that had an important part of genre culture, of like our joint cultural heritage, that they were controlling, that they didn't pay enough reverence to. And there was no one to demand anymore or point out this isn't being treated the right way. It was a little bit, and that's kind of like why we started out saying that we were spin-free news. And the only thing I meant by that was there would be no studio narrative being patented or repeated. Here we are about the integrity of the properties first and everything else second.
Yeah, I think that's an amazing stance to take. I don't understand. What I don't get is, well, I do get it because I work in the industry. What's very strange to me is that the corporate interests of these franchises, like if you're a corporation and you have to make decisions based on economics and spreadsheets, and you look at numbers and go, okay. Now, what they can't define is who are the great creators. Like who are the people? And on one hand, I mean, I understand that a lot of people don't understand the Marvel. Obviously, that's in flux, and people. There's a lot of push and pull when it comes to Marvel, but you can't deny after 23 movies, an average of $1 billion gross, people like Marvel, and they try.
Marvel have done amazing.
They've done an amazing job.
Yeah, and that is why we always maintain Kevin Feige as look to him because
he's got this
figured out.
Yeah. Now, what I don't understand, and you know me, and you guys are simpatico, I hate modern Star Trek. Since 2009, in my mind, for the last 12 years, the Star Trek franchise has been destroyed. It has been vandalized. It has been destroyed. And one of the reasons I started watching Midnight's Edge is you were the one channel that was doing, a lot, not like, oh, this sucks. You were doing real deep dive analysis into why it was bad. And I'm like, I really don't get it. Now, I understand that Skydance, which, David Ellison's company that finances, they have basically been financing Paramount for the last 10 years.
And they were also the ones behind Terminator, Sega Genesis.
Yeah, all that.
That failed. Terminator, Dark Fate.
I mean, they've tried to make... It's like trying to make...
I know they're billionaires, but for how long can they keep on losing money?
No, they can't. I mean, and David Ellison, he's a good guy by all... And I had a brief flirtation with them. But what's interesting to me is, I mean, they are franchise killers. Jack Ryan's Shadow Recruit. Paramount made Hunt for October, Patriot Games, Clear and Present Danger, Sum of All Fears. These were all good Jack Ryan properties. And then they made some random, not based on the book, Shadow Recruit movie with Chris Pine that took place in like 2 rooms. I mean, it's amazing to me. What I don't understand is I really feel that the people in Hollywood now, so many of them, and I've been working here for 30 years. I don't think people know what they're doing.
No, they don't. Paramount is completely.
I agree completely.
Lost.
Yeah, and that is the impetus behind Midnight's Edge also because I come from the world of finance.
Yeah, and people have to know, like when someone comes to you with a spreadsheet or whatever, it's academic. Here are the numbers. Mm-hmm. Here are the numbers. Are they going to work or not? And you can look at it and go, yeah or no, yay or nay. And the same should be true of franchises. Like venerable franchises. Star Trek has been around for a long time. It either works or it doesn't. And for the last 12 years, more money has been spent on Star Trek collectively than in the entirety of all of Star Trek before then. And it's unbelievable to me that we are getting such mediocre results.
Actually, that's very believable to me, and you understand. You actually answered your own question right there perfectly, because again, it's all about the spreadsheets and everything, and this is where I think you are completely right. The people that are managing these franchises, they literally don't know what they're doing. They come from a background of MBAs in part and pure nepotism in another part. So basically, what you don't have in the studios are anyone that actually understands these franchises and what makes them tick. For instance, in the case of Star Trek, my understanding is that you had Bad Robot and Skydance come in, and then the intention was, okay, we're going to take Star Trek, this little niche thing, and we are going to invest a ton of money into it, and we're going to turn it into billion-dollar properties, and in the process, we're going to make so much money. But here, then comes this little factor that you were talking about, the thing that they don't see. They see the spreadsheets. They see that, okay, we see that Star Wars can pull in this much, and the MCU, that can pull in $1 billion on average. And here we have a Star Trek movie that pulls in 600 million. Well, that means that there's 400 million left on the table. Now, how can we change Star Trek to bring in those additional 400 millions? How can we change it to make it more commerce and more viable, to make it this massive blockbuster thing? And what they don't understand is that not everything can be Star Wars. Not everything can be the MCU.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you nailed it. And I find it, by the way, sends in a super chat and says, "Hi, gents. I'm in metal heaven. R&B, Tom and Andre all in the same show. Midnight metal rocks." Well, thank you. But I like this erudite conversation. Andre, what I don't get is modern Star Trek for 12 years has not been profitable.
No, it hasn't.
Under no economic measure. I mean, they've tried to make it happen. So why do you think? I mean, I understand they're throwing. They feel that like we have to keep our brand alive, but Star Trek doesn't need a lot of money to be successful. You can tell a Star Trek story in a room. As evidenced by the penultimate episode of Deep Space Nine Season 1, Duet. Kira and an actor, I think it was Harris Yulin? I'm not sure. But you don't need lots of money to tell a Star Trek story, and yet they've been throwing hundreds of millions of dollars at Star Trek, and it hasn't returned any of it.
Actually, here's the thing, though, because it's very, very easy for us to be on the outside, and we'll look at the people making and paying and getting the money back as one entity. That there's like one sum in, one sum out. This isn't working. Why aren't they doing it? But here's like the thing: it isn't just one entity. You have many different entities within that whole thing. And for the ultimate bill payer, no, Star Trek hasn't been profitable, not one bit. But that is for the ultimate bill payer. For the people that are actually making the thing, the one whose name you see on the screen, and who get to charge a very, very fat production fee. I mean, a big part of the reason why Star Trek is so expensive as it is right now is that before even 1 cent is spent on cameras, crews, catering, script, anything like that, you're going to have Bad Robot on the big screen, and you're going to have Secret Hideout on the small screen. Like, oh, this is a lot to organize. So let's just put in, say, 200-300 million for us right here. This is our production fee, and they make so money just on that production fee. So that the final product that they deliver, that this actually is a net loss for Viacom CBS and for Netflix and for Amazon and for everyone else. They don't care because they earned their money and loads and loads and loads of money on the process. So they have every reason to basically just continue doing what they do. Yeah, okay, fine. It would have been better if there was any kind of merchandising revenue, which there isn't. But hey, they can do the production fee.
Well, what I find really interesting is that a new, you know me, I collect action figures, 6 scale. A new company was created to only make Star Trek 6 scale figures, XO6. And their first 2 releases were Data and Picard from First Contact. These are premium action figures, $200 a pop. And the next thing they're releasing in third quarter of 2021 are their Captain series. And they're making Kirk, his wraparound tunic, green. They're making Picard from Darmok with his jacket. They're making Cisco from the First Contact era with his bald head and his goatee. They're making Janeway, and they're making Scott Bakula with his with Enterprise, with Archer.
About time that he gets some love.
Yeah, but that's it. They are not making any Discovery, Picard, Lower Decks. They're not making those action figures at all. And I found that interesting because they know this action figure company is they're very shrewd. They know exactly what they're doing.
They know exactly what the audience wants.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody wants to, I mean, maybe Eagle Moss will, if you're a ship completist, okay, buy the Cerritos if that's what you want, even though it makes no sense in the Star Trek timeline, whatever. Nothing. The Discovery ships are awful. They're terrible. Nothing from modern Star Trek is selling. There's no reason to buy. No one likes it. And what I find so strange is yet they keep greenlighting like all of this ridiculousness, and if you believe the Reddit leaks, and I do, for various reasons, what they've come up with Picard season 2 is even worse. It's just terrible. It's just awful storytelling. It's awful Star Trek, yeah, and I wonder
now they're gonna destroy Q2.
Yeah, like why? Like what I don't get is why does this continue? Like, you're looking at, it's a time travel story about a fascist Starfleet or whatever. Like, does no one go, yeah, we've done that, like, multiple times, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, but how about not do that?
They probably got rid of all the naysayers, because there you have, like, because that's what I find to be, like, so I was about to say interesting, but really frustrating. Because, like, for instance, if you read after, for instance, the release of the Picard finale, which is some of the worst TV ever put out there ever. Seriously, I would rather watch the 1990s Conan the Adventurer live action series back to back, and it's nigh on unwatchable. And I take that any time over ever having to watch that finale again. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. And afterwards, they put out this piece because, of course, you have like the trades, you have the Hollywood Reporter and Variety, and they're really studio mouthpieces, but they get to put their narrative out there. And sometimes you have an actual journalist that will put out something that they would rather be kept quiet. But again, then typically you have someone else higher up that wants this out there for their other reasons. Yeah. But anyway, when this came out, you had the producers of Star Trek Picard come out and congratulate themselves on how smart and how clever they were and how they had been able to find a way to give Picard and Data their ultimate farewell and closure. And I was like, oh my God. For one thing, did you even see Nemesis? And did you even read the Countdown comics that was put out in conjunction with the 2009 movie? Because that was better. And also, you didn't give closure to anyone because it was a copy of Data and a copy of Picard The real ones, according to their own the continuity, was dead and buried. But still, they did all these high fives in public, talking about how brilliant they were. No, they weren't brilliant. They retroactively ruined the next generation.
Well, it's bizarre. It's a strange thing. Now, this is a total change of pace. But when I saw this news, I thought of you, Andre, specifically. Red Sonja.
Yes.
So, okay, Red Sonja was announced. Now, what's really interesting is my good buddy, Ashley Edward Miller.
Yeah, he wrote the script for it. That was under Singer.
He worked with Brian, two good friends of mine. And, of course, I worked on Dota Dragon's Blood that Ashley is the showrunner for. I was talking to Ashley today. I didn't say shit about this because, screenwriters work and they get paid and they work on projects. He worked on Red Sonja for a very long time. So did Brian. And they thought they were going to make that movie. And shit happens. But so they've announced, and the only person I wanted to hear from was you. Being that I think on the planet Earth in the YouTube pundit space, you are the end all be all of Conan. What do you think, or Robert E. Howard? What do you think of the? I don't know if you did a video. I haven't seen it, but what do you think of the Red Sonja news?
It was as expected. Because I haven't really done any separate videos on it. We briefly discussed it in our live show with the Critical Drinker yesterday, and also,
by the way, God, I love him so much.
Oh, he's awesome. He's so good. He's so brilliant.
So good.
So yeah, and also we put up a video about Red Sonja. I wouldn't say a month and a half ago, when the writer and director were first announced, Tasha Huo and Joel Soloway. When I put up the most extensive Red Sonja video that we've ever put up, going through the character's history and how it started out with the Robert E. Howard story. But the Red Sonja we know today is actually from the Marvel comics, with Howard Sonja only serving as a loose inspiration.
Right.
As for me, I'm not surprised by this casting. I was very, very diplomatic in the video that we put up there, because again, we don't do like, oh, this sucks, because that's not the kind of content that we deliver. Instead, we try to put up the facts exactly as they are.
Yeah.
And point out what's going on, and also point out this is what this writer has done, this is what this director has done, and I will leave you to draw your own conclusions. I'm not going to say anything much more than that. But privately, I'm thinking this sucks. This is stupid. For just wait and see Red Sonja now be recast as a black woman, and that isn't even the big issue here. I think that the casting, I forget the name of the actress. She was really, really good in Ant-Man. That's the only place I've seen her in. And if they came out and announced her as being cast as Baylet, who is Conan's first love for the Netflix Conan series, if she had been cast for that, I would have been all aboard. That would have been absolutely perfect casting. I like the actress. I would love to see her in some kind of sword and sorcery context. Ideally, as Baylet, she'd be perfect for it. As Red Sonja, not ideal, because Red Sonja, she has two defining features, because her personality, that is something that actually varies a lot from writer to writer in whatever run of the comics, and it's going to be based on the Dynamite comics, but they can't keep their own continuity for two subsequent runs. It's like every time there's like a new writer, that writer's going to reboot what came before.
Yeah.
And all of Red Sonja's history and everything. So really the personality is kind of a blank slate. She's like cheeky and stuff like that. That's pretty much it. She's a warrior and she's a bit sassy. She's a tease, but she's not going to do anything. And really, that's the only thing that's like remaining of her personality across all runs. And then her visual defining features are her red hair and the chainmail armor. And before anyone goes to complain that you can't go into and fight in a battle like that, well, look into Conan. If anything, she's more conservatively dressed than he is most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because she at least has a top, whereas most of the time he's just in a loincloth and nothing else. So that argument is kind of null and void. But anyway, those are the two distinctive features. We know that the chainmail bikini, that's definitely out, and they've said that that's explicitly because of the male gaze, and that's problematic. So that has to go for that reason.
Here's what I have a problem with. The male gaze is a biologically hardwired into humanity. We can't escape it. And
for that whole genre, both the male and the female gaze,
of course,
actually a really important aspect of it. I mean, if the men are if anything, if anyone is going to get any kind of body complexes from watching Sword and Sorcery, it's the men, because every man is ripped like He-Man.
Well, yeah, of course, and what I find so strange about our modern age is the desexualization of us, of all humanity. Like the great thing about our heroes and legends and myths is we're following people that are the best of the best, that represent what we all want to be. And what I find so strange is this modern age is we want to level the playing field and take away all of that excellence and make everyone the same. And I find that bizarre. Actually,
they don't even want to make everyone the same. I mean, if it only was about equality and making everyone the same, that would have been okay. But I don't find that to be the case at all. On the contrary, there are some people that have a victim, not a victim, but like a narrative built up in their minds that they treat as absolute truth about victimhood and oppressors and the oppressed, and they don't want to move forward in a new slate where everyone is equal. No, they want to turn the tables so that who they perceive to be as the oppressors now become the oppressed. That seems to be the goal, at least from my reading of the situation. And that is actually what has me more worried about Red Sonja. I mean, fine, for this actress, yeah, she's not going to be wearing the chainmail bikini. I would imagine that her red hair is also going to be out, because with her skin tone, she's going to look kind of ridiculous with that red hair.
But it's Red Sonja. I look at her and I'm like, she's a very attractive lady, but it's like, Bridget Nielsen.
Yeah.
But
the problem is the writer and the director, and if you look at what they have done before, then to me that is where I kind of abandon all hope. And I could be wrong. Maybe they deliver the best Sword and Sorcery we have seen for 30 years. It could happen. But I don't think it's going to happen.
Right. I mean, we
look at what they have done before. It's all about gender identity. It's all about intersectional politics. That's the recurring themes in the output of what they've done before.
What I don't get, what I don't understand, here's the thing that frustrates me, is that if you look at human history is what it is. Like, if you're going to go back and you're going to go into certain eras, I mean, it's men clubbing women over the head and dragging them by their hair into a cave and raping them.
Yeah, that at least was the image. How true that is, that's a matter for academic discussion.
Sure.
But that's a popular depiction.
But I mean, it's like we were not civilized people. By the way, we used to not farm. Go back far enough. I mean, agriculture was a big changing. And what I don't understand is, why is human history not understood by the people that like, Game of Thrones. I've been going
don't
through
even get me started on that, because that's such a frustration. And there you have like the academic circles that, to my understanding, they actually seem to be like fighting against increased knowledge. I mean, just look at the Clovis first paradigm.
Oh.
I mean, this was something that was maintained so steadfastly for 50 years or something, and anyone who even dared question it had their academic careers completely ruined. And it wasn't until the evidence was completely and utterly overwhelming, until you had like some people say, yeah, okay, fine, maybe it wasn't Clovis first after all. I mean, if you could head back to like this debate that was on Joe Rogan between Michael Shermer, the editor of Skeptic magazine, and Graham Hancock. I mean, even Joe Rogan had to tell him that it says right there, like it's 20,000 years old, and he had like to admit, okay, fine, then maybe that does overturn Clovis first. That's what we're dealing with. That's why we don't know so much. And you know Göbekli Tepe? There's another one right next to it in Turkey, and no one has done anything.
I'm baffled by our modern age. I don't understand. Because here's the thing. Human existence is based on reality. We all know what it's like to get up in the morning. The sun rises, we have to get up. And there is a reality to our life. It hasn't changed in thousands of years. Always the same. You have to pee, you have to drink water, you have to get food. And you have your bodily urges or whatever. And now it's almost as if we want to deny our biology. We want to pretend that nope, we're constructs of you're talking about gender dysmorphia, or you're talking about whatever it is you're talking about. And none of that has really anything to do with what happens in your real life when you get up in the morning. Where is your food coming from? Where are you going to get clean water? Where are you going to relieve yourself? What are you going to get? How are you going to get to pay for whatever you need for the day? And I feel like we live in a world that has completely lost touch with the daily reality of living on this planet. And I don't know why it's happened.
That's actually very interesting that you point that out. If I may make one clarification, because I understand that you say that we live in the world. You know why? That's because you live in that world. You are in LA, which is like ground zero for that freaking madness. I don't. I live in Oslo, Norway.
Right.
And you know what I see? I see that over there in LA, they have gone completely and utterly nuts. A cult has taken over completely. It's poisoning the mindset of the people there. And that poison is being spread out through the rest of the world to the entertainment, so far with limited success. But the good news is it's not the whole world. It's actually a very limited geographical area. Unfortunately, where our entertainment is made for all over the world happens to be in that geographical area. So it's like spreading, and you have like, but that madness isn't there. I mean, I've told you before that you've even had like debates in our academia that we have to do something so we don't become as corrupt as academia in the US, where they have gone completely bonkers.
Yeah,
they're complete totalitarian. So luckily, it isn't the whole world, but unfortunately, it is the part of the world where you happen to live. Oh yeah, so I see where you're saying that. But let's be clear about that. This is a cult that is very strong in some limited geographical areas.
Oh, well. First of all, I have to Tiberius Mork, one of my favorite Norwegians, other than you, Andre. I've known him for years. He says, "Hail Norway."
Yeah.
And now, let me ask you this: it's Terje. It's Terje.
Yes, you got it perfect.
Terrier.
Perfect. Terrier. Yeah, you got it.
Terrier. Terrier.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
my friend Terrier, who I met 20 years ago, maybe almost, well, he, back in 2012, when Skyfall opened in England, it opened 2 weeks before it opened in America. And I'm like, God damn it, I've always gone to press screenings since Octopussy in 1983. I'm like, I'm going to go to England. I want to see Skyfall in Leicester Square in the UK. And so I did. I flew to the UK, and Terrier came, and his at the time, his lady who became his wife and now the mother of his children, and he came also to England in 2012, and we all went and saw Skyfall in Leicester Square at the Odeon Cinema, and it was fucking amazing.
That's a great cinema too, by the way.
Oh man, and let me tell you, I mean, all the Bond films, they had their openings there. And what was great was, like, to have someone from Norway and his lady show up, and I had other people, my friend Emma in the UK, and Charlie de Lazarica came, and we had an amazing time. And man, it would be great to be rich and just travel around, because I would love to come to Norway. Terrier, you and I, we could all hang out. Wouldn't that be great?
That would be awesome. So
Put it on.
See when the world reopens.
I know, right? I can't wait. Can't wait.
Yeah,
But
I
so
traveling. I love traveling.
I mean, here's the funny thing. Hollywood has never had a talkback section the way they have now on YouTube. I mean, YouTube, millions of people worldwide, if we don't like something, instantaneous feedback. But let me ask you this. Talking about whether things are good or bad gets old. Where do you see Midnight's Edge going? What's your 10-year plan? What would you like to see Midnight's Edge do in the next 10 years?
2 chicks at the same time.
Yeah. No, actually, Tom, let's begin with you. Where would you like to see Midnight's Edge go in the next 10 years?
Well, I think we kind of already, I don't know if I'd say we have a map set for us, but we have a rough sketch. And I think the next step would be to just start doing a lot of this stuff a little bit more higher end, broader, maybe make our own documentaries.
Yeah.
And then maybe even spread out into features of some type. You never know. I mean, yeah, clearly just at some point you got to, like you just said, you can't sit there and just keep talking about how good or bad something is forever. You just got to either do it, shit, or get off the pot, kind of thing. And yeah, I think that's kind of where a lot of this is headed. At least I hope so. Because that's kind of what this is going back to things like Comicsgate, and what that did, it was the direct to consumer market thing, which has
changed. I mean, even the companies are doing that now. Boom Studios with Keanu Reeves going direct to the consumer.
And I think that's kind of the next step, and that's how we're going to get over that hump, because as well as I do how Hollywood worked over the years, that history of, you had the moguls, they were moving out, these other companies like beverage companies and stuff bought up the studios. They're like, we don't know how to make movies. Right. Go make us a movie. We know how to market it, bring it back to us. And that's how we got Scorsese and De Palma and George Lucas and Francis Ford Coppola and so on and so forth. And then jump ahead 30 years later, you had the independent revolution, which you yourself were even a part of with, Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez and Kevin Smith and so on. We haven't had those voices yet. Sure, we'll get a few new directors here and there, but it really feels like they've put up this gate. And even though something like YouTube would be the perfect place to mine the talent from, they got to keep them at arm's length. And it's like, especially if it's somebody who does a fan film, you ain't getting touched with a 10-foot pole in Hollywood. So I feel like that's the problem. I think that's the main thing, is it's become this club that's so exclusive that unless you know somebody who knows somebody, you're not getting in. So you just got to do it yourself. And you kind of know that, I think. And I'm sure that Andre will probably say what his feelings are on the subject, but I do feel like that's where Midnight's Edge is probably headed. At least my hope in the future is that we go beyond YouTube into a bigger sphere.
No, I look, I agree with you. I mean, it's a very interesting time we live in because, you know what, YouTube is a worldwide platform, and we have access to the planet, which is no one's had that before. The difference is that we're also the whims of big tech can squash what we're doing. Like we have no control over if we do something revolutionary or different. Google can say like click and take away our channels. You know, we can't. We have no recourse. There's nothing we can do, and that's scary. And I've seen it with people. If you want to do something on your channel that is not kosher or revolutionary or whatever, they can remove you.
Absolutely.
And we had an example of that just yesterday with the umbrella guy.
Absolutely, yeah.
What explain that? I haven't heard that. What happened?
Well, I'm not going to say any names so that we get you into trouble. But he put up. Actually, he didn't even put up. He didn't make it public. He created a video that was on private, so not seen by anyone, not even unlisted, but private, and it was about Pirate Guy and the woman who is known for pooping in Pirate Guy's bed.
Got it.
Yeah. And for creating this video, which wasn't even made public, it was set private.
Yeah.
His channel was struck and for a week. So no live streaming, no video uploads, nothing for a week. Community strike with all that entails for a video that wasn't even made public.
See, that this kind of thing is frightening because YouTube as a platform is this global reach, and they're making money. Like ad revenue is 50-50. You know, it's shared with them, and that's fine. I have no problem with that because the YouTube platform, it's an amazing technological feat that they've done. However, what is frightening is the way that, depending on which way the wind blows this week, things can be they can be very detrimental to our channels. And we spend years building Midnight's Edge. How long is it? What year is this?
2015 was when the channel started. So we recently had our 6-year anniversary.
Okay, so you're 6 years into Midnight's Edge. Thousands of hours, tens of thousands, all the effort, all the work you've put in. And then one video that they object to, they can shut your channel down.
Yeah. This is why we always try to be diplomatic. Even in the Red Sonja thing, it's like, be diplomatic first.
No, absolutely, but it's scary.
But at the same time, and many people will also notice, like you saw just now, I couldn't even say the names of the people because the algorithm works such that if you say the names of those two people at the same time, one of those individuals is protected. And if the content of the video overall is not favorable to that individual, you know, the one who does nasty stuff in beds, the video is going to be suppressed. We noticed this when we did put up one very neutral video on the matter, like instantly suppressed. And if you go too far, well, just look at Umbrella Guy right now, and it's scary because there's a rule book, and you don't get to see it, and that rule book may change arbitrarily, and you have no recourse and no appeal opportunities.
No, it's a very strange place to be in because like anyone who's on the YouTube platform regularly and generates revenue, my channel, your channel, anyone's channel, we have no guarantee on a daily basis where it's a high wire act. At any one moment, Google can say, you're done. You're done. You could have been doing work for 5 years, and then one day the gods of analytics say you did something transgressive, and you're finished.
So it doesn't even have to be that. I mean, just look at all the people that had their business around making YouTube content for children. And then there was like one change in legislation, and most of them were done for.
Done, and that was an amazing and look, I get the idea. Let's protect our children. Not a bad idea, but still,
some of those people, they created incredible content for children.
Oh my God!
There's nothing wrong with it in any way, shape, or form.
No, it was
predatory. It wasn't targeting. It was just a completely random abuse of power thing, and it destroyed people's livelihoods.
No,
many
terrible.
People's livelihoods.
And that's it. Wow, it's a very weird world we live in. So let me ask you both. Moving into the future, the fact that I have you both here is, first of all, a great honor. So thank you for being here. Well, and by the way, I mean, now I feel like we're having this erudite conversation. These late night shows are just to make everyone remember, this show is supposed to be fucking metal, man. God damn it. This is all about fucking metal. Fuck yeah! I got fucking Andre and Tom from Midnight Session.
The show goes to 11.
Yes, it does. God damn it! I just want to make sure that I have not forgotten what this show is. This show is a lark, and it's supposed to be about smoking a ball, drinking some booze. Fuck yeah! That said, now that I have Andre and Tom here, I would like to point out and ask them the question. So, now, we're in a position here in our culture where, everybody is trying to, appear, let's call it enlightened. And yet, these things are diametrically opposed to good storytelling. Because great storytelling is not about, you can't put, as I've always said, your political or social or racial, or you cannot put your agenda in front of great characters and great storytelling. And great stories have your agendas baked into them, which people have forgotten. That's why things like the 60s shows, Outer Limits, Twilight Zone, Star Trek, they're like, we can't talk about these things on TV because standards and practices said we can't. So if you want to directly address the Vietnam War, you can't do that. So Star Trek's like, well, we'll do an episode called A Private Little War, where the brush wars of the 20th century are dealt with allegorically, which was great. But nowadays, it seems like all television, all media, everyone is and Damon Lindelof said this in an interview. He said, well, when TV writers get together, we just want to out-woke each other.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's not the best way to write.
That's Hollywood right now in a nutshell, though, sadly. Yeah. That really is.
Again, when you play a game of can you top this?
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting that like the one writer's room that seems to have avoided that is the last one that I would have expected, namely the writer rooms for CW's Superman and Lois. Incredibly, because there we know there was one person who was trying to outwoke everyone else, and they fired her.
Yeah. And then she bitches and moans and complains.
Yeah, and they have
it couldn't be because of my writing. I'm a great writer. Everybody told me I'm a great writer.
I can't believe it. That almost the best thing on TV is a show on the CW. Who would have thought?
Couldn't believe it. By the way, I have to say that Harry Nice Guy sends in a super chat and says, in my opinion, if you create a, quote, business plan for your YouTube channel, this should also include the eventuality of a channel shutdown.
Oh, we've talked about that. That's something I think that every probably major YouTuber has had to face or discuss at some point. I mean, we're not going to get into the specifics of what we've talked about, I don't think so, but oh yeah, that's definitely something you've had to think about at some. Every video you put up, you almost think of that sometimes nowadays.
Yeah, no. In every single video, we always have to think, okay, how can we put this in the most diplomatic way possible to ensure that, for one, we get by the algorithm, but at the same time, we're going to pass a possible manual review when people send complaints. So there's like really nothing to get us on. So that is in there. And also going back to the 10-year plan, that's actually one way of dealing with it, because right now, YouTube is the single biggest platform there is. So our plan is to be as successful as is possible to be in our sphere on YouTube. That's part of the reason why we just last week launched Midnight's Edge Espanol.
Right.
And we see right there.
By the way, a genius idea. By the way, can you, Andre, can you explain what that is? Because I think it's a really genius idea. And it's so funny because this channel is supposed to be like, fuck yeah, metal. But what you're doing with this channel, I think, is incredible. And could you explain to the people watching now what it is?
Yeah, absolutely. Midnight's Edge Espanol is actually two things. One is that it's going to be the best of the most informative Midnight's Edge videos, dubbed to Spanish and reiterated into Spanish for a Spanish-speaking audience. That's one thing. At the same time, it's also going to have live shows, which it already does, live shows with panelists speaking a mix of English and Spanish, because we don't want to completely rule out the English-speaking audience.
Of course not.
So it will be a little bit mixed there. That in addition to discussing genre culture, same as we do, but it's not going to be exactly the same, it's also going to be highlighting Spanish-speaking talent and up-and-coming creators with interviews with writers, actors, directors. We've had a little bit of that on already. Like also on Wednesday, we had Jesse Borrego from Blood In, Blood Out.
I know, how great was that?
Yeah, that was awesome.
You of course awesome. Helped us put together the Blood In, Blood Out reunion along with Paulie of Latino Slant, who's basically heading up our Midnight's Edge Espanol channel. So we can't thank him enough and his crew for everything they've done as well.
Exactly. By the way, I mean, I love that guy. I love Paulie. I've never met him personally, awesome. but he's like, come to my house and we'll have tacos. Or, I mean, I love that guy. I mean, one of the things, what's very funny about what I think about the last year, the COVID year we've had, is, for me, I think it's been a great year, because meeting the two of you and meeting your whole channel and meeting people like Paulie has been nothing but positive. I mean, I've honestly have nothing but a positive experience of our, it seems ironic, I mean, so many people whose lives have been destroyed or ruined or hurt or whatever, but the YouTube community, the worldwide community, has been offered a great opportunity where we've met so many people and from around the world that we would never have met, maybe. And for me, it's been very positive. I feel like, wow, I've met so many great people, you two guys, I mean, your whole channel and everybody involved. And I think that at the end of the day, isn't it great we're all communicating? The planet Earth is wired up.
It's fantastic. And also on that note, a big part of the reason why we started doing our tri-weekly live morning shows is also just that, like this community and people coming together from across the world.
Yeah.
And what the feedback that we have gotten is that right now, this last year, I'm not going to say 2020, because people that think that year was cursed or something, yeah, this year ain't over. But anyway, just so many people have had such a rough time all over the world.
Yeah.
They've lost their jobs, they've lost loved ones, everything like that. They've been shut inside, young people that suddenly lose their ability to go out, hang out with friends, go out and have a drink and meet someone at the bar, have hookups, all that taken away. It's messed a lot of people up in a really, really bad way, and it's horrible. And the feedback that we keep on hearing every single day is that our live shows, and not just ours, but everyone in our sphere of YouTube, have offered like some kind of like lifeline to normalcy, to see that there's still hope here. There's sanity still prevails, and also offered a sense of virtual community to replace the close one in their immediate surroundings that was suddenly taken away.
Yeah.
And that is something that's extremely humbling to hear, that what we do can actually have a very real impact in someone's lives beyond just talking about entertainment and other silly fluff like that. And that only goes to show what our good friend and filmmaker Gary J. Tunnicliffe once said. He said that whenever you put something out on YouTube, or like any movie that you make, I think that Tom Conkle also said this. You're not competing with just other things in your sphere on streaming. You're competing with the Avengers and the big blockbuster stuff.
Yeah, you are.
That's kind of what you have to outcompete. And what I find is that increasingly people are tuning out of those things and instead tuning into what we are doing, not just like Midnight's Edge, but also what you are doing and people in our sphere on YouTube.
No, I completely agree with that. I think we live in I'm actually very optimistic about the next, say, 10 years, because what we're doing is the communication between people is better than it's ever been. Now, do people know how to talk to each other? Perhaps not. But we have the technology where more people can reach out and get a hold of anybody and have conversations and create communities, and it's I think it's amazing. It's incredible, and I'm very happy where we're going. The question is, will people avail themselves of this community and talk and put away like, okay, like I hate your guts, but now that I'm face to face with you via Zoom or whatever, well, let's have a conversation. Can we do that?
I think we have already in a lot of cases.
I do too. I think so too.
I think that's one of the things where, I mean, hell, every week Jeremy's doing that with somebody over at Geeks.
Hey man,
he's
got to with me.
With somebody, exactly. Either he's making up with somebody or he's talking to somebody that they thought that he would never talk to. And no, I mean, I even pulled a guy on one time called Shane, who's almost become like a meme on our channel. But like, it was the Star Trek Day they were celebrating, showing all the first episodes of every show ever. And we came into the chat and they turned off the chat because we were in there and they were making a bunch of bold claims that weren't true. And so the guy was like ranting and raving in our chat. And I'm like, look, dude, if you want to talk, come on in. We'll talk like people. And by the end of that chat, I mean, he had to kind of backtrack on a lot of things he was claiming because he knew it wasn't true. And then, you know, we all kind of got to know each other and stuff. And it was fun. And it was, you know, a little bit, you know, different situation than, again, going back and forth with somebody on Twitter or in any other kind of social media aspect where it's so easy to just think you're not really talking to a person, as opposed to this where it's a way different, you know, situation where I'm looking at you, you're looking at me, you know, even though Andre's black. I mean, hey, it's the blackest he's ever going to be. So,
well, it's black Norwegian metal. Come on, man. Fuck yeah.
Black Death.
I mean,
and as he says, we all need to be a little dead inside. So
that's right.
That's black metal, right?
That is. By the way, Dash Hammer send me a super chat and says, "Love your Dota show." That would be Dota Dragon's Blood. And Dave Mustaine on Duck Dodgers is very metal. Well, it's a bunch of random stuff together, but thank you for saying that. And for those of you who don't know, yes, The animated series Dota Dragon's Blood that I worked on has been renewed for season 2. Thank God, because Bobby got to eat and buy action figures and Blu-rays. So thank you. But yeah, it's all good there. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Now, I want to ask the two of you guys, Midnight's Edge, Tom, Andre, do you want to make, like, if you could, would you make scripted narrative features or movies? Would that be something Midnight's Edge would like to jump into?
Tom, would you like to do scripted narrative stuff?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, me too. Oh, hell yeah, totally. And that's actually, I would love to get into that. And in 10 years, maybe we'll see, because the plan right now is to expand our audience and our community as much as possible on YouTube. So the focus right now is, of course, continuing everything we're doing on the main channel, and then also get Midnight's Edge Espanol up and running, get that noticed, so that the people it's intended for actually
you've got all Latin America, Spain. That's a huge audience.
It is.
And you know what's funny? I mean, people forget that the Brazilian Comic-Con is one of the largest pop culture events in the world.
Well, and not
you gotta speak Portuguese if you go to Brazil.
Well,
but still,
but
they speak Spanish there too.
I was just gonna say Spanish is a little bit more universal in a sense. Like, that's one thing we noticed, and of course that's one of the reasons why that is the first one we tried of an alternate language channel, because it is such a huge part of the audience. Oh, and it is a very overlooked part of the audience as well. That's the sad part.
Totally, and it's a huge part of the genre audience. I mean, if you look at, like, Latin America, the Comic-Cons there and the fans there, very vibrant around the world, and what a great market to get into. I mean, one of my dreams was to go. I'd never been to Europe before I went to Spain in 1998 to take Free Enterprise to go to the Sitges Film Festival in Barcelona. Now, I didn't even understand that in that area of Spain there's Catalan and there's Spanish. And when they played our film, they had to subtitle it in both languages. And I was like, that's amazing. I thought that was incredible. And, you know, now I know more. I think both of you have disappeared. Oh, wait, you're back, Tom. But anyway, I think, listen, why don't we end tonight? Because this has been a great stream. Andre, Tom, I can't thank you enough for showing up here. What a great, I mean, you know, this show began as like, fuck yeah, man, Midnight fucking Metal. That's all. But now
Midnight's Edge Metal. There you go.
Midnight's Edge. This has been a great conversation. It's been so cool. And
absolutely. And we are also honored every single time you come on, so we can have a great conversation with you whenever you're on our channel. So
I mean, you guys have made me feel the last year, I have to say, one of the highlights of my year was interacting with everyone on Midnight's Edge, because between Tom, you have been so nice. I've been sending me links. Andre, you've been so welcoming. Thank you so much. And, you know, Rob, what's so funny is that I love his voice on your long form videos. My favorite things are Rob, or if you do a video, I'm like, oh, now I have to sit down. If Andre does a video, I'm like, okay, I need to sit down and pay attention. I'm like, everyone stop what they're doing. It's Andre. Andre is narrating a video. So I'm like, I need to like listen. And what's so great, when Andre narrates a video, it's because whatever he's doing, he loves it. Like, it's not just news of the world, news on the march. It's like Andre's like, no, this is something I really care about. And I'm only going to, this video means something to me. So that's what, and you
don't know how right you are, because I've proposed things to dude. I got nothing to say about that.
Oh, I know, right?
You won't just make a video just to make a video.
No. When Andre, when Andre does a video on Midnight's Edge, I'm like, oh shit. Like, I'm like, the dogs have to stop barking. No one can talk. I'm like, everyone has to cry. Like Andre's narrating this video, so I have to sit down and like I have to listen intently because shit's gonna go down, or at least a love of Robert E. Howard or the Conan mythos. I'm gonna learn something and I'm gonna feel, or Dune. Like
Dune, yeah. I look forward to getting into that again.
Andre, when you did your video about Dune, it was like my video about Dune, like cover the script, got struck by Warner Brothers. It was my one and only copyright strike. Not like you've been warned. Like no, they struck my channel.
That is just too weird.
Yeah.
I was like, this script is great. Fuck you. Cha-ching, you're out of here.
Not only that, it's based on a 50-year-old book. I mean, I'd understand if it was a Star Wars script or something like that. But
yeah,
I mean,
I'm like, I read the book. I'm like, so the movie opens with Duncan, Idaho, like orbit diving onto Arrakis to meet the Fremen. That's pretty cool. I was like, that's awesome. Great. Oh, he lied. He like, really? It was so weird. One day I'm going to publish that as an audio commentary. But
there you go.
But anyway, like
it was a great script. That was
it really
one of the
is
best scripts I've ever read.
I mean, I'm like, how? I'm like, I love this script, and I did this story. I mean, I know, yes, because I'd done the Duel of the Fate script was leaked to me specifically, so you had a mid-level YouTube channel or even lower YouTube channel that somebody could talk about a script that could get picked up. And people wouldn't have believed that no one's going to leak a script to like that YouTube channel because at the time
as soon as you said you had it, I knew you had the real thing.
Yeah, I was like,
because I know who you are. So
it was specifically sent to me. It was so funny when I'm like, it was one of those things where I'm like, this person that actually sent it to me, I'm like, you've never asked me ever for anything ever.
Right.
You've randomly contacted me and you're like going, would you like to have the Duel of the Fate script? And I'm like, yes. Yes, I would. Like, what did you think I was going to say? Man, I don't give a fuck. No, of course. I'm going to read it and monetize that shit on my channel. Like, really?
You're like, I may or may not have seen the original script, and I may not or may not be.
It was so crazy. I'm like, okay, I'll do it. And then, by the way, I was sent a bunch of artwork. I'm like, I can't do that because that's some stolen shit. That's like actual like I shouldn't have this.
I should have said something. We would have put it out there, man.
But then for me it was like
actually we also
we probably would
have stuff like that. But you'd be surprised at how many people send things to mid-level channels because we started getting things like very early on.
Almost every week we get contacted by somebody or something or somebody at some place that says, I'm so-and-so who's been working at this place since 2005, and they'll give me their name and I'll look up their credentials and they'll try and give me something to where like, okay, and then again, I don't want to say anything more than that because then you give certain things away, but like then they're like, I'm so sick of the toxic environment here. This is what's going on. And I just want to talk to somebody. And you get a lot of that stuff.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. And that's how we get our rumors, which of course we very often know they're far from rumors.
No, it's
true. So
because the business is the business, it's not rocket science or anything like that. But listen, you guys, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm going to end this stream. I'm so honored, and I'm so happy you guys came on. I cannot tell you enough how much it means to me to have the two of you here. It was, on this stream that began as a drunken, silly thing. Like, God damn it, you guys are so fucking metal. Yeah. That was a funny thing, but I feel like tonight has been something very special. I want to thank you both for coming on this channel. Andre, Tom, you have embraced me, and I want to thank you for everything every stream you've added me to, and every time you've invited me, and it's been amazing. And I admired you before I was even on my own YouTube channel. I watched Midnight's Edge. I've told people that it was actually very much true. And to be, by the way, I have not seen this. Have you guys launched your new logo and music?
Yes.
How have people responded?
Exactly as predicted, because I
kind of figured.
I spoke with Thomas Dalvik. He is the guy who did the visuals, while Doidank is the guy who did the remixed version of the original theme music, which he was also the one who created. So it's like the same two guys that did the previous one that did this one. Yeah. The response was actually exactly as predicted, where you have I think most people are like, whoa, that's cool, that's one.
It is, right? I loved it.
You have and then you have like a second group of people are like, yeah, whatever, just like too long, just get to the content, that's what I'm here for, I don't care about the intro. And then you have a third group, which I don't think is the biggest group, that are like, hate it, don't like it, get back to the original one. That was like,
oh man.
And we had a lot of those people that said the same thing though when we switched over to the one before too. Remember?
Yes. So basically, we've seen this before, because this is because the previous intro that we had, that wasn't the original intro either. Originally, we've had others before, and it's always been the exact same reaction. And then people get used to it. Like, whenever there's a change, it's something unusual. You go into Midnight's Edge, you expect to be greeted by that logo and that tune, and then suddenly there's something else. That's something that takes some getting used to. So I understand those reactions, and it was fully expected. So
I had a knee-jerk reaction at first too. Like, I was like, I don't know. It took me a few times. Yeah.
I just want to say I loved it. I thought what you did was great. I love the change up because I love the original logo, but I love you guys change it, and I thought it was cool.
Yeah. And it was like that with me too. Like the first time I heard because there was like another tune first before the one.
Yeah.
That was like, oh hell no, that's not going to work. That was kind of so none of outside of the people that made it, myself and Tom, all heard the original version, but that was shut down very, very quickly.
Let me ask you.
And then this one right now, I took some getting used to, but then I was like, this is the rules.
Let me ask you guys something. Could you hang out for a couple minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Because I need to pee.
Oh, is that why you wanted to end the show? Gotcha.
Okay. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna bring you guys back. Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
We can be here and keep your audience entertained in the meantime.
Sure.
All right. Well, then good. Then
I'll
leave. You guys talk amongst yourself. I'll be right back.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what? That'll be fucking metal. I'll leave and you guys take it over.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's Midnight's Edge metal.
Okay, you guys talk. I'll be right back.
I even got metal right here. I got all kinds of
metal. Man. I goddamn have to pee.
There you go.
Go for it.
Go for it. Oh shit.
I'll be back. Don't fuck me, you guys. Come on.
Okay. Just start talking about bad stuff. Now we get to talk about Pirate Guy and Poop Lady, right? Yeah. He should have turned the mic off because now we can hear him going out back to pee.
If we could, this is just like when Ass took over Midnight Set.
It is almost.
That was awesome.
It's pretty metal that he's going to take a piss though. So we got to say that.
Yeah.
You know what else is metal?
His collection, everything in the background.
Yes.
That's very.
Oh my god, I want so much of that shit. It's not even funny. Oh man, and the collection he's got is just amazing.
I wonder what that Pulp Fiction thing that he has there.
I don't know. We'll have to ask him when he gets back. It looks like a bumper sticker.
Yeah, it's very cool. I know also like what Marvel omnibuses he has back there.
Oh god, probably
they're like, I think it's Punisher. Is that what I see there?
I
have that one too. I have that one too. But anyway, we have the show now for 2 minutes, so let's do the most of us. Tom, what's on your radar?
God, I was checking out Short Circuit 2's Blu-ray when he called me in. And I was just like having fun with that, and I was also jazzed up about the new Shout Blu-ray too that I got today of King Kong. It's that got that full 3+ hour version of the TV cut. That's pretty fucking metal. So that was pretty nice. Other than that, I was just wanting to get to that kind of stuff because it works so much. Yeah. I don't have time to enjoy stuff that I actually get to enjoy. You know?
No, I know what you mean. You know what I'm just up about that I very recently got?
What's that?
I got a brand new game for the Sega Mega Drive.
Oh, new. Is it brand new or brand new to you?
No, it's brand new.
Oh yes, I remember you talking about newly made games for the Sega Mega Drive. What you get now?
It's Sonic 3 Complete. Because the development history of Sonic 3 is actually really, really cool.
Yeah.
Sonic 3 started out as this massive, humongous game with music by Michael Jackson and everything. Yeah. And then what happened was that, of course, Michael Jackson suddenly became a little bit, problematic during the making of it. Plus, the whole game also was just way, way too big, so that they split it into two. So only half the game was released as Sonic 3, and the other half was released as Sonic & Knuckles, that you could play on its own, or you could lock it on with Sonic 3, and that way, when you have Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles, then you actually have a slightly slimmed down version of what was the originally planned Sonic 3. But it still wasn't quite the game that was originally planned, because like some of the levels were out of sequence and there were like other issues. Well, leave it to fans to fix that in Sonic 3 Complete. It's a game that you can just get the ROM for. So basically, this is a reconstruction.
Thanks a lot for taking over my channel, you guys. I desperately was in need of that, so thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. We were talking Sega Mega Drive.
Somebody else take over your channel, and just trust them. So thank you. I can't even hear what you guys are saying. So
he's tangled.
No, that's
I'm completely tangled up. Oh my god!
We were just saying how metal it was for you to take a piss while you're on your own show.
Dude, are you kidding me?
And, you guys, and without switching off the microphone.
Fuck yeah, man. Well, I left the Raw Observatory. No one could hear, but I want to thank you for taking over. And by the way,
absolutely,
this is what YouTube is all about. And by the way, on this show, anything could happen. You never fucking know.
Yeah,
you never.
We had Andre giving us a history of Sonic 3. At least I know my kid and you will have something to talk about if you ever meet Andre.
Oh, yeah.
Because he talks about that kind of stuff all the time.
I just got a brand new Sega Mega Drive game that because as most people know, like I'm not much of a gamer, except if it's on the Sega Mega Drive. Then I'm a gamer.
Well, I have to say that what's really interesting is one of the things about doing YouTube is you meet people from all over the world. And I met a guy named Michael Brown, if I can say his name, who lives in the Pacific Northwest, where I'm from. And because of him, I was able to get an Xbox, a brand new Xbox, and multiple PlayStation 5s. And
multiple PlayStation 5s.
Yeah, he found me. He found me a couple of PlayStation 5s and for various people, and it was amazing. And not only that, well, my first Blu-ray player was a PlayStation 3.
Yeah. Same
here.
Yeah, right.
I got you beat because my first DVD player was the PlayStation 2, and I got that before launch day.
Right, and it was so. By the way, Sony that created the Blu-ray format. You know that they're in the PlayStation. They are going to make sure that when they play discs, it's going to work. They've got the best disc technology, and I have to say,
in the PlayStation 3, because again, I still say that the best the Blu-ray player is the PlayStation 3, because the whole format was developed around the capabilities of the PlayStation 3.
Yeah, 100%. But I do have to say, the PlayStation 5 disc player, I have the disc player version, is pretty fucking great. I mean, it works really, really well. Now, is it multi-region? No. I have another Sony player that is. I wish I could have one hub that is. I mean, I understand, I get it. As a filmmaker who's trying to sell his movie, I get why there is a multi-region. But we live on. What I don't get is we need to start thinking of our planet as a global village. I mean, it's being reported in American media that the Chinese, who have taken over Africa, are going to build a naval base in the Atlantic. And I'm like, yep, because we let them do that. So what are we going to do? Say to the Chinese that have infrastructure and money in Africa that they can't build a naval base on African soil? Like, what are we going to do? Get mad about that? Nope. We let them do it. So
certainly now.
Yeah, and it just let me ask you something, Andre. Are you optimistic about the next 10 years of international relations?
No, not in the slightest.
What do you think's going to happen?
I think that China is going to take over completely because there's no one to stop them.
No one's paid attention.
You had previous administration was, but under current administration, the focus is back on Russia, and Russia is completely harmless in the bigger scheme of things.
Yeah,
I would say like one thing. There was a time when you had Russian boots on Norwegian soil. This was after World War, or at the end of World War II, because we weren't in. Norway was occupied, but Norway wasn't liberated by the Americans. The Americans came in with the D-Day to Central Europe. But no Americans came further up north. The ones that liberated Norway, so to speak, were the Russians who came down from the north and chased them down that way. And you know what they did after that? After Russian boots were like in half of Norway, they went home again.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think that. So I don't think that they are like the big bad that one has to worry about. That would be. I think that would be China, and there's no one to stop them.
No. Well, they've already won. We just don't recognize it yet. I mean, they've completely taken over Africa. Half of Europe is in the midst of Chinese infrastructure projects.
Yeah, with 5G and everything, that's all Huawei. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason. I read there's a series of science fiction novels called Chung Kuo that I read 25 years ago, and it's a future history of a world that is run by the Chinese. And if you think about it, I mean, the Chinese have been around for thousands of years. I'm not a fan of their communist government at all, even though the communist government has always tried to have their cake and eat it too with capitalism and all that. It's just whatever. But at the end of the day, I mean, what I would like to see is, how do we advance human experience, human civilization, and the fact that we're this sentient group of people, like the petty squabbles we have, like how about we just preserve our biosphere? Like, we're all here. It's a closed system. Like, our water needs to be clean. So does our land. And the creatures that we coexist with need to stay here because we don't really have an understanding of how the entire biosphere works. So why not make sure that our planet is well protected? Let's not hunt animals into extinction. Let's not overfish our oceans because we have no understanding of how the entire planet is in itself a biosphere that supports us.
I think this is a very, very good goal, but it takes a joint effort from everyone, and
I know.
this is a particular effort against the greatest offenders against it. Those that don't understand this thing about the biosphere. It only takes like one nation to undermine the efforts of all other nations. Sadly, that is kind of where we are, because, like, for instance, in Norway, we have loads of symbol politics that if everyone were to do it, it would make a huge, huge impact.
You guys are building, you're building a ship tunnel.
Yes.
A cruise ship tunnel. Norway is building a gigantic tunnel through rock.
Yeah.
That cruise ships, gigantic ships, will be able to go through a tunnel the way cars go through tunnels. I'm blown away by this. Like,
we have long experience carving holes through mountains.
My God, I mean, whether you're building like highways that are underwater, or whether you're the Norwegian ship tunnel's my new favorite thing. The fact that
that's something with you.
I mean, you look at this is some science fiction shit. You guys are actually building a tunnel that cruise ships can go through. Hail Norway.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So, yeah, kudos to the engineers doing that.
But you guys are doing all kinds of things, like you're building bridges, and it's all you're minding the ecology. I mean, Norway is one fucking metal country. You guys, I mean, it's expensive. I've looked at your quality of life. You guys have to make some good money because Oslo is not cheap.
No, it is not. And here's like the thing that you have to make you have to have relatively high wages to go by, because very high standard of living. So like the real income of the average Norwegian really isn't that much, and many people in Southern Europe they may earn less, but the disposable income they have will typically stretch much, much further than the average disposable income in Norway. Like, for instance, in Southern Europe, you have the tradition of going out and eating almost every day or close to it. You can't do that in Norway unless you're a billionaire. So, yeah, there's some differences there.
But let me ask you this. Don't you think that, like, Norwegian policies are, despite forget the money and the tax system and all that, but what Norway is doing is trying to advance technology and still be mindful of the earth, the planet we live on.
Yes, there I am in 100% complete agreement, because that's what I was going to say, that there are some policies here which are really, really good, and that needed to be implemented absolutely everywhere else. But that's what I mean, that when we do them, it's very much simple policy, because it's an example. Like, if everyone did this, if everyone had like the same ecology-based things that we were doing, the world's environment would be in a much, much better state right away. Challenge is that the entire output that Norway does is all like the reduced CO2 output that we put out in a whole year is like outdone in one day by a Chinese factory.
Right,
and
I know.
And that's where the policies really need to be implemented. So everyone needs to implement them, but that place in particular.
No, I agree, and it's frustrating for me as somebody who just loves science fiction. You know, if you read a lot, I read a lot of science fiction and classic science fiction. Like, if you read Dune, for instance, you get in, and to me, Dune is Frank Herbert's 6 books. It's Dune, it's Dune Messiah, Children of Dune, God Emperor of Dune, Heretics of Dune, and Chapter House Dune. Those 6 books are Dune. I understand, not to take away from what Kevin J. Anderson and Brian Herbert are doing, but to me, Dune is 6 books. It's the imagination of one man. And if you read Dune, so much of that series is about ecology. It's about the biosphere of planets, and he was very much into that, and that's what makes it great. Even Arrakis, it's like, okay, this is a planet that has no water, but if it has no water, how do you make it interesting? How do the Fremen collect water, and what happens? Where does the spice melange come from? And I won't spoil it for you now. You'll find out later. But what's interesting to me is when you live in any of the great science fiction writers understood that we're in a closed system. We're in a closed biological Gaia, whatever you want to call it. If you throw something out of your car window, litter, where do you think it's going to go?
Yeah, it's not going to disappear on its own.
No, it's going to be like, do you think someone's going to pick it up? The first week I lived in LA in 1988, I was driving down Santa Monica Boulevard. And in America, you drive on the right side of the road, and on Santa Monica, there's 2 lanes. And I pulled up to a stoplight, and the girl in front of me was in a Volkswagen Scirocco, a convertible, and she was drinking some fast food drink, Diet Coke, whatever, throws it out of her car just onto the street. And when I'd never seen this before, I'm like, a girl, she was hot, throws out a empty drink can or a cup. And I when the light turned green, she rolled up. She goes forward. I rolled up, and I stopped, and I picked up her cup that was still full of ice. And I put it in my hand, and I followed behind her, and I got alongside of her. And when I got to a point, I rolled down my passenger side window, and I threw that cup back at her. She was the driver.
That's nice.
And I screamed at her. I said, "You dropped this." And she was pissed. I mean, she screamed and yelled at me. But I'm like, I'd never seen that before. I just moved to California. I'm like, I'm in Los Angeles. This is awesome. And I'm like, she just randomly threw a giant fast food cup out of her car into the street in Beverly Hills. Right there, it was actually the intersection of Santa Monica and Wilshire Boulevard, right at the beginning of Beverly Hills. And I'm like, what do you think's going to happen to this? And I picked it up, and I was just being a dick, but I'm like, come on, man. Where do you think this is going to go? Like, is the magical, like, custodial staff of the freeways of LA going to show up and pick up your garbage and make sure it's disposed of properly? No.
I have a question for you guys, both for you, Rob, and for you, Tom, since you're in the States. Because like here in Norway, it's like the Norwegian policies on environment generally are really, really good, and everyone I think should adopt them, because everyone should be a conservationist, because we have this one planet, we have this limited biosphere.
Yes.
And in order to preserve that, because one thing that we had ever since I was in kindergarten and growing up was that we had these attitude campaigns directed at you at the age that you were. Like, for instance, when I was like in kindergarten and stuff like that, we had like this environmental octopus, Blekkulf he was called, who basically taught you, and his environmental detectives that used to sing songs and everything about cleaning the environment and how all kids were supposed to be environmental detectives, pick up rubbish in the streets. And for instance, also it was like, if you see someone throw like used soda can, then pick it up and tell them off. Like, ask them, what are you doing? You fool! We only have one globe. So we were even like fed the arguments in these songs. I remember like when I was like 5, we had like this song. Like, I'm not going to sing it because I don't sing, but a part of it was bruk hodet, vi har bare en klode. As you can hear rhymes. And what that means is basically, use your head. We only have one globe. So this is something that we were constantly told ever since I was a child, to don't throw rubbish. And also, as it is right now, like we are to sort our rubbish. So you have like organic waste there, cardboard waste there, everything else there. And we have like this environmental station. If we do like a construction place at do something at home, then you take the leftover stuff to like the station where you put gardening waste there. The used porcelain from your former and now destroyed bathroom goes there. Cardboard goes there, like so all like sorted and everything. Did you have any kind of like campaigns like that growing up in the US? And do you have these places where you are encouraged to go and recycle your waste and leftovers and all of that?
Oh no, we did. When I was a kid, there was a campaign about littering, and there was an Indian, a Native American actor named Iron Eyes Cody, and he was in America we say Indians, it's indigenous people, First Nations, call it what you will, but I will say Indian just to so people understand. And in this commercial, he was looking at people littering. I'm sure it's on YouTube. Just look up Iron Eyes Cody. And he was
I think I see where this is going.
Yeah, he was I mean, if you look at this guy, he looks like he's a warlord or whatever. And, you know, he turns to the camera, like the camera's behind him, and he turns to the camera, and you see that he sees people littering, and you see the tear coming down his face. And I mean, as a kid, I'm like, oh, I'm like, oh my God, I'm never gonna litter again.
Yeah.
And it was like, Americans have talked about this, but the funny thing about America is we're such a, like, Norway is a relatively small country compared to America.
That helps. It's easier to like disseminate like messages and stuff like that. When you have like traditionally 4 million people as opposed to 300 million.
I mean, there's 20 million people in the LA basin. And
yeah, it's 5 times Norway's population right there.
Yeah, and also Norway is closer to the pole, so the effects of global warming are much more apparent. I mean, I think look, America. Do you know what's great about America? Here, I learned what the greatest thing about America is, and I learned it when I was in Bulgaria producing The Hills Run Red. And I was, in 2008, I was staying at a hotel called the Kempinski in Sofia, Bulgaria. And there was they called it the Piano Bar. It was kind of a brothel run by the Mutra, which was the Bulgarian mafia. But it was great, and I loved everybody that worked there. But there was a beautiful girl who ran that place who was really smart. And we became friends. And I said to her one day, I said, you know, what is it you want to do? Like, do you want to work here at this bar, this hotel, basically a brothel your whole life? And she said, no. What I want to do is I want to open my own cafe. And my boyfriend and I, who I had been friends with both of them, we want to open a cafe and like serve food and make it very homey. And I'm like, you guys, that's great. That's great. You guys you'd be great at that. You'd make the best cafe, because they were awesome. And she looked at me with her eyes wide and she said, no one in Bulgaria would ever say we should do that. You know, no one believes that we can do that. And I said, well, because I'm like privileged American. I'm like, I'm going to come produce a movie in your town. It's great to be here in Sofia, in the capital of Bulgaria. What I didn't realize is that in her life, she didn't understand that you can fulfill your dreams if you want to and work hard. And it made me realize that the one thing that America has that a lot of people don't, and we don't even get it, is that in America, if you say to somebody, you know what, I want to go restore this old 1950s car. Friends of yours will be like, that's a great idea. Can I help? What are you going to do? Can I come to your house? Let's do that. That's awesome. If you want to do that, you should do that. And what I never realized until I was in Bulgaria in 2008 was that not the rest of the world, especially Soviet satellite states, the idea that you can make shit up, you can dream about it, and be like, you know what? I want to do this. I want to build a giant hot air balloon and travel around the world and have, it doesn't matter what it is. Americans are the first people to be like, fuck yeah, man. That sounds fucking metal. Let's go do that. Let's go make that happen. This is something America has that's kind of unique. If you're in France, you'll tell a Frenchman, you'll be sitting in a cafe, you'll be like, you know what I want to do? I want to start a new business, and I want to do a futuristic virtual Cannes Film Festival so everybody around the world can pretend to sell their movie. And you'll be at a cafe, and the Frenchman will be like, oh, Robert, that sounds fun, but there's too much work. Why don't we sit here and read Proust and drink some wine and talk about something else? The Frenchman will not go, awesome, man. What can I do? Can I help you out? And what I think America doesn't even realize this. The one thing that America has going that I don't think the rest of the world has going, and maybe this is our American privilege, is that Americans are like, fuck yeah, man, let's go do that. I'll help you. Let's go. What do you want to do? You want to go to the moon? What do we need to do? Fuck yeah, I'm in. Count me in. And
I agree completely. That's a very, very good, and that's actually a very American thing, and that's why America has been on top of the world up until now recently.
Yeah, and now Americans all hate each other. We're divided about a political party, but here's the thing about Americans. You might live in a town where everybody hates each other, racial, political, religious grounds. Everyone's angry. We all fuck y'all. However, if someone's like, I need to build a fence around my property and in my backyard because I'm raising chickens and I don't want my chickens to leave. Everybody in the neighborhood, for the most part, will be like, oh, wait, we all hate each other, but, oh, wait, what, you're building a fence? I you know what? I've got power tools. I built a fence. Can I help you? Americans will do that. And this is the thing. Americans in a neighborhood, if someone needs some shit done, like we have the movie Witness with Harrison Ford, like in Amish country, like let's raise a barn. The entire neighborhood comes and we're going to raise someone's barn. Americans will put aside their petty differences if someone's like, hey man, I need to change my tire. Like if some black dude's on the side of the road, there will be some white dude who will show up and be like, dude, I have a jack. Let me help you fix your tire. Americans just randomly will help each other. And maybe this is my rose-colored glasses, but the one thing that Americans have that no one else has in the world is we just dream shit up and we believe it can happen. Whether we're right about it or not, it doesn't matter. Somebody will roll up and be like, yeah, man, that's a really good idea. Let's do that. And I didn't know this until I was in Bulgaria in 2008 when I told this unbelievably beautiful girl and her boyfriend, she could, if she was in America, she could like run LA. And I was like, look, if you want to open a cafe, you should do that. And don't let anyone tell you no. And she was like, nobody would ever tell me this. And I realized Americans are always like, let's bring democracy to this country. I'm like, people don't know if you've never had democracy, people don't know what the fuck democracy is. what's great, America should go to these places and be like, well, what did you want to do? And some dude's going to be like, you know what? I've always wanted to have a bakery. And Americans should be like, okay, well, let's help you make a bakery. And then if you find the guy wants to make the bakery, and the woman that wants the dress shop, and the other person that wants the whatever, and you find 10 people that want to do their thing, and you put them on a street, 5 people on each side of the street, then they're going to want a road. And then they're going to want parking and sidewalks and perhaps a Starbucks or whatever. And then people are going to be like, so how do we have garbage pickup on Tuesdays? And then you get democracy. You can't tell people you want democracy. No, you have to tell people, what is it you want to do? What do you want? What have you ever, I want a dress shop. Great. Let's help you have a dress shop. You can't tell people they want democracy because they don't know what it is.
Exactly, and that's why it failed so miserably. I agree completely. If one had gone in instead of like saying we're gonna give like this ideological thing that you may have read about, but you have no idea what actually means, and it's not gonna do squat for you in your day-to-day life.
Nope.
Of course, that's gonna fail. But if they had done what you say, instead of gone in locally and helped people start their own businesses, start that way from the ground up instead of from top down, that would have made the world of difference.
And it always works, man. It always, and one of the things I find, again, uplifting about our YouTube environment and this YouTube community is that it's all about talking to people. You know, all walks of life, all around the world. I mean, Andre, you're in Norway, and yet you have this channel, Midnight's Edge, passing 200,000 subscribers. And what you're doing is you're just talking to people. Join our community. Listen to what we have to say and give us feedback. It's amazing. People are like, that's an amazing thing you're doing. Is it? I mean, you guys are doing something that, don't we all just want to be recognized and talk to one another? Isn't that what it's all about?
Yeah, it's human nature. Yeah, exactly. It's human nature. It's like people just want to be seen
and heard. And we have comment sections. I mean, there's people in the chat that they can't believe the two of you are here, and because they're fans of yours, they follow you, and you're as much a celebrity as anyone else. Because it's like Tom Cruise doesn't come into your house every day, but Midnight's Edge does. Whether it's toxic femininity, whether it's in the morning or in the afternoon, you know, you guys are people around the world that walk into someone's house and you have a voice, and you're providing a community that most people don't have access to, and you bring it into their house. Anytime you can log in and go, hey, Midnight's, who's talking? Who's there? Who is Midnight's Edge streaming with? It becomes a worldwide thing. Isn't that awesome? It's amazing.
Oh, yeah, totally. It's like mind-blowing when you get so many different people from all over the world in different places just together at once.
Crazy. I mean, look, I don't know. There's what, 164 people here in America at 3:35 in the morning. Let me ask you in the chat right now. Sign off. Where are all of you right now? Of the 106, just put it in the live chat where you're from right now. Anybody? Just give me a. I know my voice is delayed, but give me where are you? What part of the world? No wrong answers.
Yeah, we have LA so far with Ash Chauhan.
Stephen Anderson in Puyallup. Puyallup is in Washington State. That's where the Western Washington State Fair is. You can do it at a trot. You can do it at a gallop. You can do it real slow so your heart don't palpitate. Just don't delay. Do the pulp. Anyway, Seattle, Connecticut, England, Cornwall, UK, SoCal, NYC, Canada, New Zealand, NorCal, LA, Michigan, UK, Serbia, Manila, Norway, Portugal, London, Europe, Costa Rica. Oh my God, Yorkshire, I can't even keep up. Brazil, Sweden. Dudes, how amazing is this in human history? I just call out the entire planet Earth is represented in this, well, admittedly, ridiculous stream. It's not ridiculous now, but I started as a drunken, like, fuck yeah, let's get metal. And I'm like, now you and I and Tom, Andre, and I are having this erudite conversation about the world, and we are being watched. Melbourne, Australia, Vancouver, Canada, a Brit living in France, Bavaria, Liverpool, England, Germany. How amazing is that? The world is listening to this stream. Isn't that crazy?
It's crazy.
It's awesome. It reminds me, actually, the last trip I had abroad was to Bavaria before, like, this whole
Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Swat Cal
Wow.
is in. By the way, since it's Cal, let me just point out. So one of the things that I found interesting when I was doing this channel is people would have their names, and I would do a Google search on them. And Cal, I mean, I belabor the point. So Cal Swack Props was a guy that was on my channel. And I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know Swack was like South. I didn't know he was in Malaysia. But when I did a cursory Google search, I found out that he had an Etsy store. And what he did was he made paper props or prop recreations from movies. And one of the things he created was the book from Roman Polanski's movie, The Ninth Gate, with Johnny Depp and Frank Langella.
Nice. Awesome.
So here it is. This is it. He makes a prop replica of the 9 gates of the kingdom of heaven. Now, this book feels like it's hundreds of years old. It's if you were to touch it. And this, by the way, this cloth it was wrapped in is what Johnny Depp wraps the book in, Boris Balkan's book, in the movie. And this is why I love YouTube. I cannot believe somebody in Malaysia was making these kinds of beautiful prop replicas. And not only did he do it, the crazy shit, he's so weird and meticulous. You're not weird. I'm just saying you're so insane. He made like the business cards from the movie. Like Johnny Depp's character, Dean Corso. Here's his business card. And Frida Kessler, I mean, these are frame accurate. This is insane shit.
That is awesome.
It's and by the way, when he sent it to me, if you know the movie, there are different engravings in the book, and he made me the book I wanted, but then he sent me the engravings from the other books. Like, look at this. I mean, if you look at this book, it looks and feels absolutely real. And he does Rorschach's Journal. He does Henry Jones' Grail Diary from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. And I feel like I'm a corporate shill for Swack Props. But if you want to get somebody an amazing gift who loves movies, this shit is unbelievable. And I've shown he makes a map of the Misty Mountains, and if you shine black light on it, he even has the runes in black. It's amazing. Amazing. Now, I wouldn't have met him if it wasn't for the internet? How am I going to meet some guy in Malaysia who's making prop replicas of the 9 Gates of the Kingdom of Heaven, a book that doesn't really exist, that was made up for actually it was made up for a novel, but then made up for a movie? This is why the age we live in is amazing. Amazing.
That's really cool.
Don't you guys think so?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from a technical perspective, we're like on the best in the best period there ever has been in the history of the Earth. Right now, we are politically, it's a different matter, but in terms of like technical achievement and quality of living and just cool stuff, it's never ever been a better time to live than right now.
Well, now let me ask you guys. Let me ask you this. Where would you like to see? Obviously, we've got the MCU, and everyone we're now in the everyone hates Marvel phase, and the post Snyderverse phase, and all that. Where do you both see, or where would you like to see our popular entertainment go? Like
where we do see, or where we would like to see
not where you'd like to see. Like given if you guys could control things, where would you like to see popular entertainment go? What would you like to see happen?
Tom, you want to go first?
More boobs and rock and roll. No, I like
go wrong with those, but
just more paying attention to what the fans overall really want, what they really care for. Maybe trying a few new things that aren't as safe as Hollywood has been trying to do for the last 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
Just more respect treated to, because we live in an era where you can do anything you want now. You know, when we were growing up, it was just amazing to see something like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, or Jaws, you know, and Star Wars, just name a few, you know. But nowadays they can do whatever they imagine up. But those movies I just mentioned, the reason why specifically Jaws is as good as it is isn't because the shark worked. It's because it didn't work, and Spielberg had to improvise. And I feel like that innovation of storytelling through limitations has gone out the window. Because, you know, they can just fix it in post, or we'll just do it in post. The computers have made it to where, you know, they can do anything. And, you know, just like Jeff Goldblum says in Jurassic Park, you know, they didn't stop to think of, you know, whether or not they could, or, you know, whether or not they should. They just worried about whether or not they could, and wanted to copyright it and sell it. And that's kind of where we're at with this whole thing. And, you know, we've talked about the McDonaldization of movies, which happened for a while. And now it's this forced diversity movement and inclusivity movement, which is, you know, anybody who's watched a movie from the last 30 years is like, what the fuck are they talking about? You know, like, this has never been a problem, you know, until, you know, recent years.
I agree. I mean, I'm like, we were on an evolutionary uptick where this is going to happen, and now it's completely been upended. The natural evolution of culture has been completely destroyed and upended by, I don't know why, like by people that weren't paying attention, or people that wanted, you know, every kid gets a trophy. So you want whatever your belief system, whether your ethnicity or your sexuality or whatever, you now made, it's all about me. It really is not about, it's not about social justice. It's about you being at the forefront. Like, look at me. I'm so aware and all this. I'm the one at the forefront. I'm like, no, it's so weird. It's not really about changing culture.
Yeah. And it's almost like the equivalent of wanting your funeral while you're still alive. It really is. You want all these people to praise you and fawn over you, and it's like, where did this fucking thing come from? I don't know. I don't get it.
Well, I think it comes from the fact that people, look, these people aren't making things, or they're not forging lives or having careers where they're fulfilled. This whole thing is about, look at me, and everybody understand how I'm a crusader and I'm making a difference. And because we have social media and all this, but the people that actually in real life are doing that, they don't need the adulation. In fact, they don't even need to know they're doing it. And it's really all about if you're going to serve, if you're really somebody that wants to change the world, you're not making sure you're posting Instagram photos. Look, changing the world, day one. I've shorn my hair, or I've done. No one does that. The people that change the world, they're not promoting themselves. They're just doing it.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, this is part of like the insidious cult, though, isn't it? When you have slogans like "silence is violence," and if you are not actively this, you are part of the problem. So that everyone that falls prey to that particular mentality, they have to virtue signal and show everything that they do to be a good ally. And I think that mentality is also like why you have it like in writers' rooms and everything. Oh, we have to show how virtuous we are. As they all try to upwoke each other. Show that, no, I'm the virtuous here in this room. So I say we do this, that, and yeah, of course, that's how you upend the culture. That's how you crumble from within, to quote Howard.
Let me ask you both. Let me ask you this question: how do we come back from that? How do we bring our culture? I mean, obviously, look, what's so strange to me is that everything that's making money, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, DC, Star Wars, their DNA is based on classical tales of humanity that go back hundreds of years. So by definition, these franchises must, in order to succeed, must adhere to these ancient storytelling paradigms. And yet, everyone's like, nope, we're going to have Spock be in a relationship with Uhura. Like, wait, what?
And be dyslexic. Let's not forget about that.
Yeah, they have that like
learning difficulties.
You're like this is a fundamental, as if Spock is so malleable that you can just change him. Well, I don't like Spock, so let's make him the way we want to make him.
Yeah, someone that can only function because of the great Michael Burnham.
Oh my God! And you look at it and you're like, who thought of this? Like, in what universe? If anyone is an astute storyteller that went to film school or whatever, why would you think that making Spock have a learning disability would be a good idea? The whole point of Spock is that he's a man of two worlds, and he overcompensates for each one. And it's not, he doesn't have a learning. He's the best Vulcan who ever lived because he's the only one that took it upon himself to go between two worlds, knowing what it would mean.
He's the one Vulcan with something to prove, and it's the same thing with Worf,
yep,
who is 100% Klingon biologically, but he was adopted by humans and lived with humans, so he has to overcompensate and be the most Klingon
yep.
there ever was, and that's like him right there. It's like the same story of Spock inverted.
100%. So when they saddle Spock with a learning disability, I'm like, did you people watch Star Trek?
No, they didn't.
Like you and I find it's so maddening. I'm like, you guys, one cursory glance at I understand, and most people, because I know how people work in this business, they're like, I mean, there's 79. Oh my God, there's 79 episodes of the original series, 178 episodes of Next Generation, 172 episodes of Voyager and Deep Space Nine. Like, for real? Like, look, I just want the job writing on your show. I can't watch these shows. Too much work. Just come on, man.
That's exactly
seriously,
how it is.
Yeah. And they're like, they join like I
It
can't
probably sound exactly like that as well. I have to be very careful
Probably
about
scary.
listen, you guys. I
putting their
mean,
pronouns in the description and everything.
it's not about that. It's just like I'm serious. Like I mean, oh my god, 178 episodes of Next Generation. Like for Christ's sake, I can't watch it all. I
That's
can't
like
do
fairly
it.
come
Like
alive.
my parents. I'm in a vacation in the Hamptons. Like I can't stream it all.
I'm not in a
Like,
good space right now.
look, I just read the BuzzFeed top 10 episodes of Star Trek: The Next Generation. That's all I need to know, right?
Exactly.
Just
all
the
you need.
BuzzFeed story, just Inner Light and Best of Both Worlds, and
It makes him dyslexic, makes him more relatable.
Oh yeah, apparently it's like the cagey smile. It was and Michael Chabon said, "Oh, my entire childhood it was like Spock smiled." So that was the thing. I'm like, bruh, that was just a production thing they couldn't figure out. It's like, yeah, but it's canonical. I'm like, nothing in the cage. It's anyway, perhaps. I'm gonna get canceled. I don't know. I mean, I'm just a Voyager fan, and Amelia Earhart's in her pickup truck in space in the 37s. The first episode, second season, amazing. It's amazing.
I can tell you how to get out of it, though. What we as consumers can do. Only challenge is that it's not going to work unless there are many enough consumers doing it. If you just like a couple of hundred, won't make any difference. There needs to be so many that the impact is felt. And no, I'm not going to say boycott because that's such an easy thing, but no lesson is learned by boycotting.
No.
What I always say is if you want to make a difference, if you want to have consumer power, you have to vote with your wallet. And there's two sides to that.
Yeah.
One side, of course, is then I'm not going to say boycott, but like partial boycott. If there is something that you don't want, you simply don't support it. Then you hate what they're doing with Star Trek. Well, then you cancel CBS, or like, well, that's canceled anyway, but then you cancel Paramount Plus and you give that as reason. I'm canceling because of this and that, so that you're very loud and clear about exactly why that is done. No one's going to pay attention to an individual. But if they get 10,000 cancellations and they all say, I canceled because of this and that, and they all say the same thing, yeah, that's going to get flagged. So that's one side to it. But the other, and this is much, much more important, that is to actually support the things that you like, the things that treat the properties and everything with the respect that they deserve. That has to be supported. Like, for instance, Superman and Lois. Everyone should watch that.
Yes.
Because they're actually doing good. So it's equally important. And it's especially important if you have a corporation where they seem to have gone a little bit haywire. Apart from this one thing, because they have some creatives that by accident, or maybe because they happen to be working people in a broken system that actually deliver goods, then it's actually all the more important to support exactly those, so that the higher ups can see that, whoa, there's a sales spike right there, or people are actually tuning into this. This is the exact reason why we have had Jim Sub, who is writing the Conan comics for Marvel right now, because they're really, really good. The rest of Marvel's output, I've been politically before, so it's a bit so-so. No, it's not so-so. It's complete and utter identity garbage. That's what it is. But the Conan comics are really good, which is why I say, you know what, boycott everything else they're doing, unless there's one or two other things that are good. But that is one thing that actually treats the source material with respect. It's story-wise an example to follow. And the only way to flag to the higher-ups is actually to buy that. You can't just boycott everything Disney. They don't learn that way. They learn by you not supporting the things that you don't want, and actually by supporting the things that you do want. That's more important. Stuff like that actually does good. It has to be promoted and it has to be supported. You have to support it because you vote for it with your wallet. And one individual can't do anything, but you have 10,000 people do that. Like in comic book sales, that's a fortune. For instance, you have 10,000 people, say for instance, buying the Conan comics from Marvel and just skipping everything else because of some misplaced loyalty. You can rest assured that that would be flagged and changes would be forthcoming. Same with everyone. There are too many people that are watching and supporting things out of like some commitment or romanticization of a brand that has been usurped by new people that no longer have the best interests of that particular story or property at hand.
I completely agree with you. I mean, and it's incredibly frustrating to live in a world where we've watched our favorite franchises systematically taken apart and destroyed.
All of them, almost every single one. I'm so grateful that I like Conan. I'm so grateful that that's owned by one person who is a pretty sound person, who is single-handedly is the quality check at Marvel. But again, support that, and they'll see that that Captain Commie, which is what the new Captain America really looks like, that maybe isn't in line with the intention of Jack Kirby when he first created that and everything. So
yeah, I mean, I have a different opinion only because I love the fact that Kevin Feige, they're all looking at the comics. They're regardless whether you like the direction they've taken. But like Isaiah Bradley, that was in the Truth comic in 2003. They're actually looking at the lineage. All their ideas are coming from the existing stories that already were done. And I just love the fact that the MCU, whether it works or doesn't, at least they're delving into. At Marvel, they're like, you know, what made us popular was our comic books and the interconnected nature. Let's look to that. And Kevin Feige, I mean, Falcon and the Winter Soldier is very muddled in terms of politics, but they had to make a huge change because that was the first out of the gate. It was about a global pandemic. They had to change that, and so they had to reshoot a lot of the show. So Falcon and Winter Soldier is not a great example of...
Never saw it.
Well, it's you know what? It's actually beautifully made, and you should watch it because at the end of the day, here's what I find distressing and what bothers me is that if anything touches on politics, people are like, I don't want politics in my fantasy. However, sometimes in a comic book, now, is Falcon and Winter Soldier perfect? By all means, no. It's very muddled. However, I do feel that the question of can America handle a black Captain America, that is a legitimate question. And I think that it's not necessarily like they're pushing an agenda on us. I think this is a really legitimate question to ask to us as the viewing audience and to America. And while, yes, of course, it's the fact that this show is even asking that question it makes it all about race or whatever. However, I do think that there's stuff in there that's actually fairly legit. And the scene that I love the most in the entire show is when Isaiah Bradley and Sam Wilson are going at it. You know, he's a character, by the way, right out of the comics. His character, the MCU never gets enough credit for this. They go back to all of their original comic material and adapt it. It's not the same, but they go back there. And I do think that with Falcon Winter Soldier, there was some very interesting questions asked, and that needed to be asked. And I thought it was done. Look, it was because the show was compromised. It was a little haphazard, but interesting. And yet people have dismissed it out of hand. And I would say, you know what? The fact that American television is dealing with this stuff in a superhero context, it's pretty cool. By the way, we have had some people, because you guys have made me look like a fucking rock star, Andre and Tom. Harry Nice Guy says, do you have the metal version of Koala's In the Rain to fade out?
No, we don't. Sorry.
Okay. I'm just, I'm just asking. 200 Watt Studio says, Palm Springs, California. Rob, please talk about the mentalist film noir I watched tonight. Fritz Lang's The Big Heat, Glenn Ford, Gloria Graham, and Lee Marvin. A great film, by the way. And yes, Fritz Lang made a lot of crazy genre films, even movies he didn't make, like The Cabinet of Dr. Mabuse. I mean, there's a lot of, or Caligari, but Dr. Mabuse and The Gambler. There's a lot of really great German expressionist films that touch on many genre tropes. But by the way, I love you're watching German silent films. Yeah?
They're so good. The German expressionist
Oh my
movies.
God. Mr. Metal Yogi has subscribed to the channel. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Swack Props, who made that book, says, remember Lindelof saying the writers on Watchmen were trying to, quote, out-woke each other. And they were. That's what Lindelof said. I have a feeling that he, Abrams, and Kurtzman, the Bad Robot alumni, are having an ongoing competition with each other to see which one of them is woker. What do you think?
Yeah, or as I like to say, they're playing a game of, can you top this?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hold my beer. I'm going to outwoke you. Yes.
I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. And
I think that's exactly what they're doing, since they're allowed to run the show seemingly with no adult supervision.
Yeah.
Well, it's like they all want to prove something. Like, look at me. How cool am I? I'm like, well, you're not cool because your story sucks. Why don't you forget, like, and by the way, I'll admit this now. Watchmen, the TV series, at the end of the day, has a Asian evil dragon lady woman is the villain of the piece. She's the one that's trying to transfer Dr. Manhattan's power to herself. I mean, and yet Regina King rolls in. The Watchmen TV show is so anti-Asian. Now, you can say what you want, but it really is. And no one will say it because, oh, wait, it's all about female empowerment or whatever. But it's still really anti-Asian because you've got a dragon lady that wants to destroy the world and turn herself into Dr. Manhattan. But
I think that's fine, because aren't Asians already white now, so it's okay? Like, they're not protected.
Well,
I know, right? And by the way, let's face it.
Hate, right?
I mean, to be honest, I buy a lot more Japanese die-cast super robots than I do American. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, I hate to do this, but if there's anybody who wants to step in and maybe talk to you two, maybe I should vacate my spot. So,
well, listen,
I have to be leaving pretty soon as well, actually. But,
why don't we end this? This has been amazing, you guys. It's 4 a.m. and
it's like
in America. I can't believe I have to say I never know. This is the 12th episode of fucking Midnight Metal, and it started as a joke. But the fact that every week it gets more and more interesting, and we've got people here, and to have the both of you is such a treat, such an honor for me. I want to thank you both, Andre, Tom.
Well, thank you for having
Midnight's Edge is one of my favorite YouTube channels, and the fact that over the course of the last couple of years to be recognized and to stream with you gentlemen, it has been a great privilege. To have you both on this channel is amazing. So thank you both for being here. And, I look forward to what we're going to do in the future. and what we're all going to do in the future, because I watch YouTube. I'm not just on YouTube. I do watch it. So I want to thank you both. And let me ask you, because my whole brand is positivity. Starting with you, Tom, and then you, Andre. What are you looking forward to as far as genre entertainment in the next 2 years?
Specifics or just in general?
No, in general.
Tom is thinking. I can throw up a couple of things. Dune. First and foremost. It's like
that would have been
that almost goes without saying.
Dune's gonna be so fucking metal.
But other than that, you know what I thought was really, really metal, even though it has many, many flaws? Mortal Kombat on HBO Max.
All right, man.
I had so much fun with that movie, and I'm really excited about any possible sequels to it. I hope we're gonna have like Mortal Kombat Part 2, Mortal Kombat Mythology, Sub-Zero. There's a movie missing right there. I hope we'll be getting loads and loads of goodness there. So I'm really positive about that. I'm also really positive about Conan the Barbarian for Netflix, which now has a showrunner.
Wow.
So I'm really looking forward to that, like we spoke, and also with Solomon Kane. I hope that will be forthcoming. Like I spoke with Fredrik Malmberg, who is the owner of the Conan Robert E. Howard estate, and according to him, it's something we broke last week, Conan has a showrunner, Solomon Kane is in development. So I'm really excited about that. That is something I'm crazy excited for. Sonic the Hedgehog Part 2. Can't wait for it. Really can't wait for that because I had so much fun with the first movie. Beyond that, Foundation.
Oh, dude, can you believe we're getting a Foundation series?
I just hope that it's gonna be good. Like
Me
it
too.
looks amazing from that thing like there.
I know.
And I will raise you that. As I said before, I don't just want Foundation. I want the robot stories interconnected.
Elijah Bailey, the Caves of Steel, by Jupiter. Yeah, man. I'm with you.
Yeah. So and just the Foundation door being opened, crazy excited about that. So there's not as much to be positive about as I would have liked, but there are some stuff, and I'm very, very positive about them.
I know, right? And here's the thing: let it be said, Andre, the impresario of Midnight's Edge, just talked about what he's looking forward to. We are all, as imagination connoisseurs, we are all excited for great shit. There is so much, the potential for great shit. There's a lot of great shit coming down the pike. Tom,
well, speaking of metal, I know we mentioned the heavy metal movie reboot when you first came in here.
Yep.
You said you couldn't talk about it. Is there a reason for that, or you just don't know anything about it? I know the answer.
We see the answer.
I can say this. One of my good friends, one of my favorite people in the world, is a man named David Irwin, who is now the publisher of heavy metal.
I have to say he's done really good with like those guys that have come in to try to clean it up after it was run into the gutter the last few years.
Yep.
You can tell just the last couple of weeks with how many individual new heavy metal magazines that suddenly are on store shelves. They've been doing really good by the looks of it. And also they have so many really, really talented people among their writers. Yeah. They also have some crazy people in their ranks, let's not deny it, but a lot of good talent to work with.
No, and I would say that so David Irwin, the publisher of heavy metal now, he and I in 2018, we went to South Korea together, and we were working on a documentary. We went to the Olympics. We were in Korea for 10 days. I've known David for almost 20 years. He's one of my favorite people in the world. And let's just say there are other people in Hollywood, some really heavy hitters, and David, and people are talking about the heavy metal franchise or the brand and what to do. Now, I can't, other than mentioning that David's in public, and they've announced, so I can say that there are very, very many. Who doesn't? How about this? Who doesn't in Hollywood want to get involved with heavy metal in some way, shape, or form?
Just keep the wrong people away from it. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. All I will say also, the potential is incredible, and I would be very, very optimistic about the Captain Stern series. I mean, if you look at like the original stuff like that, like
oh my god,
look at the comics. There's like this Captain Stern Lost in Time or whatever. It's amazing.
Well,
there's the movie right there about Captain Stern. Not only that, Tarna or Den, but I demand full frontal.
Oh yeah, no. I think, and by the way, I would say this. I think fandom, and I know that there are people listening, especially for this. What does if there was a heavy metal TV series or a movie or whatever, what would fans want to see? I think Captain Stern, Den, and Tarna, well, they know that because of the movie, But you've got 45 years almost of these amazing illustrated stories. I would be interested in maybe not specifics, but from an emotional and gut punch standpoint, what kind of stories would you expect from whether it's a heavy metal movie, a heavy metal anthology series, or whatever? Put it in the comments. What do you want it to be?
I hope they go anthology series.
Yeah, but
I really there's so much potential for it. But yeah,
I just think I think that there's so many different ideas. From a Kevin Feige perspective, I'm like, oh, go look at the printed word, because you have 45 years of amazing science fiction. Amazing.
Yeah, totally. Because that's what Andre and I were saying the other day. Is like, the possibilities are endless, especially if you do it as like an anthology series. Because, and that's the best thing is you can have this week it's Zack Snyder's episode. This week it's Robert Rodriguez's episode. This week is.
It's funny you said Zack Snyder was the first person you mentioned.
It's funny. I mentioned that the other day too.
I don't know.
Yeah, he fits, and that's what I'm saying. There's tons of these guys who fit. James Gunn would be a great one.
Yep. All of them.
And what's also good is that Zack Snyder has shown with Watchmen that he doesn't necessarily shy away from full frontal. You're going to do heavy metal, you can't freaking shy away from it.
I just don't understand. It's so weird that we shy away. I mean, Americans are this way. The rest of the world, not so much. But we shy away from our own bodies. It's so weird. You know what? Men, we have penises. We have fleshy protuberances that get aroused when we see beautiful people that turn us on. Like, oh my God, we can't show that. Isn't that weird? It's so bizarre. You know what? I'm all about Richard Corbin's Den. You know what?
Yeah, do it right and don't hold back in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. If it has to be made with a bang brush, then do it.
What man doesn't want to have Den's cock? That's what I'm saying. I was not endowed with what Den has. God damn it. I wish I had it. I would wield it like a Jedi fucking knight. Yes. People are like, what are you talking about? Well, let me
read heavy metal. Read Den. Yeah. Read some Richard Corbin. And it'll be good for you.
Wait, there's Swack Prop says, remember Damon Lindelof saying the writers on Watchmen were trying to out-woke each other? Yeah, I saw that interview, actually. I have a feeling he, Abrams, and Kurtzman, regarding Bad Robot alumni, are having an ongoing competition with each other to see which one of them is more woker.
Yeah, I think you read that one already.
Did I? Oh, did I?
Yeah. I think you didn't get Eric O'Sullivan's, though. I know that one came in after that one. I think.
Oh, well, then yes. Well, and, wait, Stomach Shaves. Wait, how am I? I would like to see more movies that are aspirational about how great we can be. Not every movie needs to focus on only human beings. I think storytelling character archetypes work. Can you do your own twist on them? But there's a reason why they work. What do you think?
Yeah.
I do
Absolutely.
too.
I would love to see more of it.
I mean,
you know what the last inspirational movie I saw was? First Man.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Oh, I gotta see that one yet. I got it on 4K. I did watch News of the World last night. That one was really good. Have you seen
really
that one
good?
yet?
Yeah, I have that 4K. It's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you said, Eric. Oh my God, Eric! Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Eric says, "I just woke up an hour ago. So grateful to have found this. Hey, Midnight's Edge lads, can we introduce R&B to Michael French of Retro? Retro Blast. I love. By the way, I am a huge retro blasting acolyte. I swoon at the idea of a Macross or of Macross and Valkyries. Thank you. By the way, you know what? I have a 1/20th scale Valkyrie model. It's huge that I have to build, and it's fucking-gantic. So, one day.
No, yeah, Michael's awesome. I'm sure we could work that out sometime.
By the way, sends in a super chat and says, heavy metal should stay sensual and exploratory.
Hell yeah. Speaking of Michael, we have him on Wednesday, actually, on the morning show.
Gents,
cool.
I must go. I can't believe I'm gonna cut this short, but it is 4:17.
I said you've been going for like 4 hours, so I don't know how short that is.
I know. Well, first of all, can I just thank you both so much for being
thank
here.
you for having us, man. I mean,
oh my God,
I feel bad for anybody who wanted to come in. Yeah.
And you know what? Let me just. This started as a drunken stream that's now become something greater, but still, it is fucking metal, and Andre is fucking from Norway, and Tom is fucking from in the Midwest. Yes?
Yeah, I'm from Wisconsin, yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude! Fucking Wisconsin's metal.
I don't know how metal that is, but
it's fucking metal. God damn it. And Andre's goddamn metal. This is the most metal fucking stream ever.
Andre definitely makes up for it, that's for sure.
Fuck
Speaking of
yeah.
which, I look forward to be able to go to the Inferno Festival again once that gets physical. So, yeah.
I just want to make sure that all of you people understand we've been having a very erudite conversation, but it doesn't change the fact that this channel's goddamn metal! Fuck yeah! Yes! So, I want to thank my esteemed guests, Andre and Tom from Midnight's Edge. And if you haven't subscribed to that channel, they just passed 200,000 subscribers. And you know what? They need 300, 400, 500... 1 million subscribers. So go to Midnight's Edge on YouTube and fucking subscribe. You know why? Because they are fucking the most metal channel on YouTube. God damn it. Subscribe. Right?
I don't know about the most metal on YouTube, but
yeah, thanks for that. And also, the one that really needs help is Midnight's Edge Espanol that we launched just a few days ago. So check that out as well. See if we can get that to 1,000 subscribers to begin with.
Okay, first of all, can I just tell you why Midnight's Edge Espanol is great? Because let's talk about Latino slant. Let's talk about Polly. Midnight's Edge has one of the great men on YouTube running their, what is it, Midnight's Edge Latino channel?
Midnight's Edge Espanol is the name.
Midnight's Edge Espanol. And just subscribe because Latino slant is fucking rad. He is
Paulie was in the chat earlier.
And he is so awesome. And you know what? Nice guy, smart guy, loving guy, and he knows his shit. And nobody speaks Spanish better than him. So subscribe to Midnight's Edge Espanol.
Thank you.
God damn
Thank
it.
you for having us, man. It's
Are
awesome.
you
being
fucking
here.
kidding? You
No,
legitimize you guys have made my night. You've made the entire audience. Oh my god, hang on. 6 Starship Alien sends in a super chat. $15.42. I love that. Love this stream and the chat and the guests. Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm touched that Andre and Tom are here, and I have to ask the two of you. No one needs to know this, but why don't I ask? Where can people find you on social media?
Well, we have a Facebook group, and you can generally find us there. I have a Twitter, and Andre has a Twitter, and we also have an official Midnight's Edge Twitter. Mine's at Thomas Connors Jr. Then we have Midnight's_Edge, and then Andre, if you want to tell yours, it's
Sure.
I'm here.
It's easier if you write it. It's at Andre Einherjar. So it's easier if you just find linked on the Midnight's Edge Twitter or something. But I suck at Twitter, so I'm not too active in social media. But you can find me there. You can find me there on Twitter.
Well, I just want to say thank you both, Tom and Andre, for being here, and everyone else who I had on earlier. This stream, it started out as a drunken fluke, and it continues on. I can't thank enough of you for being viewers of this. And
hey, a lot
this.
of us started as drunken flukes. So.
I know, right? I mean, well, there you go. And I want to thank everybody for being a part of this. I want to thank my moderators. I mean, Darren Seeley is here. Brian Hepburn is here. Joshua Levesque is here. Joshua, why aren't you in bed right now? God damn it. And the Richard was here. I want to thank my great moderators. Thank you so much. And I want to thank everyone who supports the channel via super chats or tips. And if you want to send me letters, you can go to the website at theburnettwork.net and send me letters free of charge. I will read them and make them good. So thank you both, Tom, Andre, and everyone who's guested on tonight's channel. I guess I have to say that, well, yeah, there will be another iteration of this. Tomorrow, Dave Parker and I, the regular team, will be back on Midnight Metal. And other than that, I feel like I've been blessed with YouTube celebrities. So Andre and Tom, I can't thank you enough. So much for being here.
It was our pleasure.
Yes, absolutely.
And on that note, I'm going to go to bed because, Mother's Day is coming and I have to clean shit. So yes, Sunday is Mother's Day. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. You guys are great. I can't believe that this happened. I wish I could have promoted it. But either way, that's the best part. If I'd promoted it, it wouldn't have been as cool. So, I know. And thank you so much. I'm going to bed now. I must go to bed.